TV?
When they turned the music on the second time, I wasn't going to ask him for any more favors again.
Oh, we already...
And did you still hear
Yeah.
somebody yelling and cursing at that time?
Oh,
I did. Now it got
yeah.
ugly.
Shh, shut up. I need our intro. Intro. Or PayPal. Yeah. All right. So we're continuing our Michael Dunn coverage. You know, I'm not going to do a fucking introduction every day. Go back and watch the video that we did yesterday. If you don't know who he is, you know, what do you want? Why are you here? Yeah, I mean, you know, we watched the interrogation, and then we started watching the court. What? It's good. It's good. This is good.
A little bit.
Did you roll your window down and say anything?
No, I did not.
Did it make you angry?
No, it did not.
Did you punch your steering wheel?
No.
Did you throw your phone down?
No reaction at all.
Okay. And at that point, after you don't react at all, does it escalate?
Well, the music came back on.
Did the music come back on same or even louder?
No, it was probably a little bit less loud than it was, but it came back on.
And was it still that bass thump?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Now, are you familiar how radios work with trebles and vocals and things like that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. At that point, is there a difference between music and lyrics versus that thumping bass?
Yeah, the only thing that was coming through is bass.
Okay.
Thumping bass.
Okay. And we talked a little bit about your window is shaking. Do you have any type of ear damage?
I do.
Can you explain
Dog
to the
friendly.
jury what damage you have
Pet
and
friendly.
how you got that?
Growing up in the Keys, scuba diving is a big part of life, and I actually have damage to my right ear.
Yeah, thanks for the correction about the Mirthmobile. I think I actually have learnt that before. You know, just never cared enough. I thought it was Murph, as in someone called Murph. You know, I thought maybe it was like a Smurf. I don't know. But now I know. A 1976 sky blue, baby blue AMC Pacer with flames on the side, mixed match wheels, and a licorice dispenser installed in the roof. Is called the Mirthmobile. Now that's M-I-R-T-H, not M-U-R-P-H. Good job, Acapella. Thank you.
I don't know what the percentage is, but I do have a loss of hearing in my right ear, and consequently my left ear kind of compensates for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And matter of fact, did you have any?
In fact, I had to have surgery because my ear compensated too much, and I think that's what it was, because I had one huge ear and one tiny empty ear, and as you know, as my large ear happened to be the ear closest to the thugs, so you know. Yeah, I think we should go back and watch Wayne's World again, Archipelago. I used to watch it probably every day. I mean, it was probably, yeah, I don't know how many times I watched that. In the early 90s. That was fun. And then all through the 2000s. And to this day, I still watch it on a daily basis, sometimes even more than once.
Any type of business in the Keys in terms of a job or family business where you would actually use diving and things like that?
Yes, my father had a dive charter business, and we would take paid customers and go scuba diving.
Okay.
Wow, hey. My father had a charter business and we would take paying customers and go scuba diving in the Keys. Well, that sounds like a pretty advantageous, if you're into scuba diving, which I'm not, I never want to see a fish again. Not after the last time. What happened last time? I don't know. It was horrible. Ugly fish. Yeah. But if you do like scuba diving, I mean, that would be a great fucking job, wouldn't it? Your job is to take people with money on a trip out to sea and go scuba diving. Okay, good for you.
And did this loud thumping
How do you feel about making license plates for nothing, for no money? All day, every day, you will be swinging a sledgehammer, breaking big rocks into little rocks.
create you any discomfort?
It did in my left ear, my sensitive ear.
Okay. And again, did you turn and yell at the guys in the SUV?
When they turned the music on the second time,
Yeah, Tia Correa. Is that how you say it? She was super hot. Uber hot. Even more uber hot than she was in True Lies. And, frankly, if anybody is going to go up against Jamie Lee Curtis, I just don't know how far they're going to get, because Jamie Lee Curtis is amazingly hot. There's that great bit in True Lies where she finds her inner slut, sort of, and is permitted to express that to Arnold Schwarzenegger, her husband. I mean, that's crazy, isn't it? And then the limo scene, of course. But no, Tia Correa as a bass player, wow, singing Ballroom Blitz. And yeah, Ballroom Blitz is a great song, and everyone should go and listen to that right now.
I wasn't going to ask him for any more favors again.
Okay. And did you still hear somebody yelling and cursing at that time?
I did. Now it got ugly. I heard,
Ooh.
something cracker.
Oh!
Just
They called me a cracker. I always liked that Michelle Pfeiffer movie. What is it called? Dangerous Minds, right? Where they all call her white bread. But I love that. I think that's even better than cracker.
Did you actually hear certain words, or again, are you paraphrasing?
I heard some things.
Okay.
I
And without
heard
going
some
those
things.
specific terms, you kind of knew what they were saying to you.
Yes, I did.
Did you have any reaction?
They were using racial slurs. I heard some things about my race and character. Cracker something and hunky.
Reaction at all back to them?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you, again?
No, I did not have any reaction back to that. I heard racial slurs and I put them in a box. And I would not react because I'm a good scuba diving citizen. I'm an instructor, licensed to scuba.
Get angry and hit the steering wheel? Any type of anger at all?
No reaction.
Oh, 100%. That steering wheel has probably been pounded so many times. Just that's its favorite thing to do. And I'm not sure if we ever get to see a close-up of his tiny fists. But Doesn't he look like the kind of big guy that has small hands? Definitely.
Other than I'm looking forward and hoping Rhonda comes out.
Okay. Now again, you're not showing any reaction.
It's a good point. It's a good point, acapella. Michael Dunn wouldn't have minded loud bass if Tia had been playing it. Oh, yeah, I don't think there's anyone else here, acapella. There's 5 viewers, because, you know, I was trying to come up with a what was it, an attractive, attention grabbing title, and I just you know, sometimes I just hate playing this game.
And at this point, the things escalate out of the person
CDJ.
yelling at you in the SUV.
Yeah, because, you know, when the F this and F that, there was no music playing and I could hear him. Now there's something.
You know the people that don't necessarily enjoy me swearing, the people with very sensitive ears. Is that really what you want? F this and F that. I mean, grow up. It's good to swear. Like, you know. People say, you know, I don't know, probably 10 individual people have written to me over the years and said, love the show, hate the swearing. Why can't you say mother sucker? Is that better? An effing C. Do I look like an effing C?
Bass, and I can hear him. His voice is elevating.
Can you hear him because he's yelling so loud it's over the bass?
It's over that thumping noise.
Okay.
Boom,
And
Pie Bird,
does this
hello.
yelling now include
Daphne, hello.
threats of violence against you?
Well, after hearing the something something cracker and this and that,
Michael Dunn always does this thing. He did it in the police interview where he's like, you know, I pulled into the space, and then the music starts, and he's just waiting. You can tell for the cops to go, oh, okay, yeah, I hate that. I hate that too. That makes me want to murder kids. And now to the jury, he's like, after the, you know, something something cracker and white bread this and hunky this, and you know, after that
I hear I should kill that motherfucker, and I'm flabbergasted. I'm like, I must not be hearing this right.
How many times did you hear that?
and now you see he puts in the real word when he wants to, you know, when he wants it to like be shocking, right? Now he said, now I'm hearing after the something something cracker and this and that, I hear I should kill that motherfucker. How many times do you think Michael Dunn has looked into the reflective stainless steel toilet bowl instead of a mirror and practiced this line? Now he's screaming, I should kill that motherfucker.
I heard him say that, and I wasn't sure if that's what I heard.
Or at this time, are you trying to listen a little
And
closer?
now I'm listening closely. Like, when I'm sitting there, I'm kind of thinking about the nice day we had. I'm thinking about St. Augustine tomorrow. But when this, I should kill that motherfucker comes through.
Is that what you're thinking about? I'm sitting there for 1 minute thinking about St. Augustine tomorrow and the fairly expensive bed and breakfast and my, what was it? My in-house made sausage and free-range organic fried eggs and designer bacon definitely got to have some of that designer bacon. Premium designer bacon every day at the fairly expensive bed and breakfast. We haven't spoken much about Michael Dunn's vehicle. We spoke a lot yesterday about the red Dodge Durango, very tacky. But Michael Dunn drove a black Volkswagen Jetta, which isn't exactly the status symbol that it sounds like. Saying that, I did drive a Jetta in somewhere, and I was impressed. I was actually really impressed.
Now I'm paying attention to what they're saying.
That kind of got you to
And
perk up?
yes, and an even more elevated voice I hear, I should fucking kill that motherfucker.
Oh my God.
And now he's
Oh.
screaming.
Now he's screaming.
There's no mistake of what he said. That is what he said.
Do you then look over to see?
That was said with conviction, wasn't it? There is no mistake. That is what he said. Now I should fucking kill that motherfucker. And now he's screaming.
Is somebody talking to you?
I did. In fact, I'm to the point where I think it's time to try to de-escalate this,
Okay, and what do you mean by that?
to try to calm things down.
Okay, and do you lower your window?
I did. I put my window back down, and I looked left.
And what do you see?
Well, right about that time, I saw a young man walk by the front of my car, who I have since learned is Tommy Storns.
Okay, was there any kind of communication between you and Mr. Storns?
No, I just caught him out of the corner of my eye. I didn't really
Okay,
look at him full on, and I certainly didn't speak to him.
okay.
Yeah,
And were you
I don't look at or speak to thugs.
paying attention to that? Are you still focused to the guy yelling?
I'm looking at the guy in the rear passenger seat.
Could you clearly
Boy.
see into that vehicle?
The kid.
I could, and I saw two young men with menacing expressions.
Did they look happy with you?
No, not at all.
Does the
Menacing expressions. What does that mean? They looked at me funny, so I did what I had to do. That's when I reached in my glove box, unholstered my pistol.
one, let me ask you this, was the window up or down on that back passenger SUV?
Down.
Okay, was it halfway down?
All the way down.
All the way flat down. Did you have any unobstructed view looking over your left shoulder, looking into that vehicle?
An unobstructed view.
Right. And you could see two men sitting there?
Yes, I could. Two young men.
Okay. And at that point, did they ever turn their attention towards you and look at you?
They did, and I asked, "Are you talking about me?"
Now, let me stop you there. There's a famous line with Al Pacino that says, "Are you talking to me?" Did you say that to these young men?
It's not Al Pacino.
I think the inflection on that is talking.
Yeah, the inflection. It's all about the inflection. I mean, that is so not Al Pacino and so Robert De Niro that, I mean, it should be, like, trademarked, copyrighted, boilerplate. No one can say that line other than Robert De Niro, right?
There's a famous line with Al Pacino that says, "Are you talking to me?" Did you say that to these young men?
I think the inflection on that is talking. My inflection was on me. I said, "Are you talking about me?"
Right. And why did you?
Let's think about that. The inflection of the Robert De Niro Al Pacino line is on talking. Are you talking about me? It's not. I mean, how he says it is, "You talking to me?" I mean, it is on me. What did Michael Dunn just say?
Asked, "Are you talking about me?"
Now, let me stop you there. There's a famous line with Al Pacino that says, "Are you talking to me?" Did you say that to these young men?
I think the inflection on that is talking, and my inflection was on me. I said, "Are you talking about?"
Are you talking to me? I mean, it's you and me, isn't it? That's what Robbie D is expressing, the absurdity of you talking to me. It's a bit like the Aaron Brockovich line. Trust. You want me to trust you. As in, of course I wouldn't, because that would be absurd. But it's the combination that has the inflection. I mean, it doesn't mean that Aaron Brockovich could never trust anyone, although that may be true also, but for other reasons. When that biker moves in next door, she doesn't trust him at all at first. You want my number? I'll give you a number. 3. That's the age of my baby girl that you just woke up. And 5. That's the number of overdue bills I have to pay. And with all the other numbers I've given you, I guess 0 is the amount of times that you're going to call. Isn't she great? I mean, I'm not even a fan of Julia Roberts. I really don't care. Big teeth smile. Oh, 44-inch legs. Great. Whatever. But I gotta say that I cannot think of anybody that could have held a candle to playing Erin Brockovich as well as she did. She was born for that role. It was great. You can stick Pretty Woman up your ass and pull it out again to make Runaway Bride, and then just, flush it. I don't care. I don't want it. I don't care. Erin Brockovich, great movie. Trust. You want me to trust you. Do me a favor, Ed. Don't use big words you don't understand. What a classic. It's better than Robert De Niro. Now, if Michael Dunn, instead of being a Taxi Driver fan, was an Erin Brockovich fan, maybe this wouldn't have happened.
Me?
Right. And why did you ask that as a question if they were talking about you?
Well, they were saying they wanted to kill the MFer, and I wanted to know if I was that MFer.
Okay. And if they...
What is that, acapella? We have to be very careful because the YouTube motherfuckers, they told me that I'm on thin ice with lava underneath it. Ice lava threat they sent me. So is that a copyright? Let's check. Wow, I do not remember it being that shit. It's the You Talking to Me clip from Taxi Driver. Is there a point he does it later when he's got a shaved head? I mean, God, I think I'm totally over Robert De Niro. I never want to see him again. Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me? It's a double inflection. But Michael Dunn misplaces both of them and says, I think the inflection on that is in talking. Are you talking to me? I mean, that's so not what it is.
If they did say yes, and you said you wanted to de-escalate it, what were your intentions of talking to that back passenger?
Well, I wanted to make it clear that I had said thank you. I mean, I didn't mean any disrespect by asking him to turn the music down.
Did you tell them to turn it down, or did you ask them?
I asked them. I said please.
And have you done that before in the past?
Absolutely, without reservation.
And again, saying a common courtesy is to say thank you when someone does you a favor.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you for being my bitch. Thank you for being my obedient bitch. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for complying with my order. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, he's got this thing. He just, you'd be driving around with Michael Dunn and, he'd stop for gas. And you're like, in the back of your mind, you're thinking, okay, please don't let anyone have the radio on in the gas station because I know that he's going to do that thing where he goes up to someone and says, can you turn that down, please? I can't hear myself think. I'm trying to think if anybody has ever said that to me. I mean, not in an automobile, maybe in an apartment.
And at that point, when you said, are you talking about me? Does that individual give you even time to then further talk and say, I said thank you, anything like that?
No, it escalated.
Okay. Did you escalate?
No, he did.
Did you get upset?
No.
Did you have any words at all to him other than, are you talking about me?
There wasn't time. I mean, I didn't have a chance to say anything.
And what was the response from the person in the
Maria,
back passenger
how you
of that
doing?
SUV?
Montana
He said, "You're
Maria."
talking about me.
He reached forward and picked something up and slammed it against the door.
Okay, when you said he reached forward, did he reach into
I'm
that
sorry,
front
he
passenger?
reached down.
Okay. Down towards his feet?
Down towards, I mean, I could see his shoulders move. I couldn't see his hands. But you can imagine if somebody's shoulders move forward that they're reaching down.
All right, could you see him actually lean down?
You can imagine if you see someone's shoulders move forward, then they're obviously picking up a 12 gauge. And are about to fire at you with lethal intent. Shoulders down, that's the sign. Watch out for it, jury.
Towards the floor of that car?
Yes, I
truck?
did.
And at that point, did you reach for your firearm?
Absolutely not.
Did you try to flee or get out of the car or think anything was going to escalate in terms of physical violence?
No.
Tell the jury, after you see that person in the back seat reach down to the floor, do they come back up? Do they sit
Yes,
back up?
yeah, he not only came back up, but he slammed whatever it was against the...
Now, the best thing about Taxi Driver was we got to see a young Peter Boyle. Is it Peter Boyle? And the great thing about when you see a young Peter Boyle is that he's still old even when he's young. Kind of like Jerry Garcia or Richie Havens. What is it with those guys? How can you be young and old at the same time? You constantly look like someone's grandfather.
door.
Okay. Could you see something against that door?
Yeah, I saw sticking above, like the windowsill, about 4 inches of a barrel.
Okay. Let me ask you this.
4 inches of a barrel. Okay, so 4 inches is about, okay, so that could have been, that could have been anything. 4 inches of a barrel could be, a toilet roll holder. He held up a toilet roll holder and I thought he was going to throw it at my car.
Did he put it out the car? Did he hold it straight? Kind of describe to the jury what exactly you saw he did.
Like this and slam it up against the door.
All right. And could you hear metal hit the door?
It's like a thump.
Okay. Loud enough for you to hear.
Oh, he's doing that. He's doing that thing that people do when they're lying, huh? It's always the sign, isn't it? We see it so much, and they think they're so clever. Could you hear metal hit the door? Well, it was kind of like a metal. It was like a thump, because that makes it sound authentic, doesn't it? Oh, crazy times.
Even with the thumping of the bass going?
Sure, it was a different sound.
Okay. And you said it looked like a barrel of a gun or a shotgun?
It was a thick enough profile. It was, to my eye, a 12 gauge, maybe 20.
Okay. Tell the jury,
I know. I mean, he's 47 here, right, David? I mean, and to me, he looks older and younger. Maybe he is Jerry Garcia.
are you familiar with 12 gauge and 20 gauge shotguns?
Yes.
How are you familiar with those type of shotguns?
We do the sporting clays. That's like skeet, but the birds come from different directions. It's like shooting skeet.
Do you actually shoot birds?
No, I'm sorry. That's what they call the clay pigeon.
Kind of when you hear somebody say,
As an animal lover, I would never shoot a bird. Unless it called me a cracker. If a bird was getting out of a red Dodge Durango very tacky, with a shotgun, and I thought the bird had lethal intent, and I knew it was him or me, then I would have to defend myself.
pull, and then
Exactly.
the clay gets shot out?
Yes.
Okay. When you said we, who is we?
My father and quite a few people from the aviation community.
Okay. And how long have you shot sporting clays?
Well, I did it as a child. I say a child, like 12. But since 2000.
What is Gen X, Generation X? What does that mean? I need to know. I need to know for context. I see people saying that. What is Gen X? Gen X entered a slow job market with a mountain of debt. Refers to a demographic cohort born roughly between 65 and 1980, following baby boomers and preceding millennials. Well, where does that leave me? I'm not any of those. I'm not a baby boomer, and I'm not a millennial, and I'm not Gen X. Known for being independent, resourceful, and adaptable, latchkey kids who grew up with significant technology shifts. Well, so, I should be Gen X. How can it end at fucking 1980? That doesn't make any sense. Who grew up with technological shifts, Gen Xers are characterized by their pragmatic approach, strong work ethic, and tendency toward work-life balance, often bridging the analog and digital worlds. This is me! Okay, I don't know why they say it ends at 1980. That's ridiculous, because that's exactly who I am.
2005 fairly regularly with my father.
Okay. Kind of a family, community activity?
Yes, it would be one of those.
What the fuck, Maria? You can't call me a millennial. That doesn't make any sense. That makes zero sense.
Saturday things. We would go fly and then go shoot trap.
Okay. And so you understand how shotguns work?
Yes.
You understand how they fire?
Okay, I absolutely grew up with, well, I never had a pager, but I saw other people, posh kids. All the posh kids had them. VCRs. Damn hell yeah. I recorded everything. Xennials too. Or Zennials. Yeah. You see, Danielle knows. Danielle knows exactly who I am.
Absolutely.
You understand how projectiles come out of a shotgun.
Very much so.
Now, at this point, he reaches down and slams up what you think you see as a shotgun. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you reach for your firearm?
No, I do not.
Do you say anything to him of "you're dead"? Any words?
No,
that you at that point?
he slammed something against the door and said, yeah, I'm gonna fucking kill you." Because when I asked him, "Are you talking about me?" he was just saying I should kill that MFer. And I asked him, "Are you talking about me?" And I didn't know what it was at first. But when he says, "Yeah, I'm gonna fucking kill you," I look and I'm looking at a barrel. He's showing me a gun and he's threatening me.
Okay. And again, you said it was only a few inches of that barrel?
Yeah, I'm estimating 4.
Okay. And again, at that point, did you grab your firearm?
I did not.
Okay. Did you have any words back in terms of retaliation?
Yeah, I didn't grab my firearm because I am nothing if not what is the word? Reserved, restraint. I showed restraint.
No, I was in fear for my life and I was probably stunned.
Okay. At that point, how did that make you feel? Had anyone ever pointed a gun at you or even said the words I'm
I'd never been threatened, let alone threatened with a firearm before. Not threatened with death.
Okay. And at this point, in terms of your mental processes, could you even imagine it would escalate to that point over asking someone to lower their radio?
I was incredulous.
Excuse me for my ignorance. What does incredulous mean?
I couldn't believe what I was seeing and hearing.
Yeah, the lawyer knows what incredulous means. He doesn't want to sound like. And could you just explain that relatively simple word to the idiot jury?
Okay. And were you frozen in that seat?
I was.
Okay. And where was Miss Rower, your fiance?
She was in the store.
Okay. And from the back window of that SUV to you, would that be a diagonal straight line?
Yes.
And then from you to the front of that gate entrance, would that be a diagonal straight line?
Yes, we were in line.
Okay. So if somebody had fired a shotgun from that angle, anybody coming out could be hit.
That's correct.
And that would include your fiance.
Right.
Michael Dunn was born in 1966 when 12 fluid ounces of Coca-Cola cost 25 cents. Can you imagine?
Okay. Did you even have time to look back to see if Miss Rower was coming out?
I did not.
Okay. Now, you don't pull your weapon at this point. You're sitting there. What happens now?
Well, I didn't.
You know how they make all these remakes of movies, which I really hate. Why haven't they done Falling Down with Michael Douglas, where he goes into the convenience store with a baseball bat and, well, no, he takes the baseball bat off the clerk, the Korean. Dog hair in my mouth, great. And he says, "I'm pushing prices back to 1965. 12-pack of donuts. How much?" What would it be now? "I'm pushing prices back to 1998. I'm pushing prices back to 1998. What? There should be an updated instead of a Coca-Cola and donuts and aspirin. What would be the items in the newly released version of Falling Down that he and yeah, I mean, it'd be great. And instead of going into a I forget the name of it, Whammy Burger or whatever. They have this fake burger place, fast food place, and he wants breakfast, but they stop serving breakfast at 11:30, right? And it's 11:32, and he freaks out and shoots up the ceiling. Instead of going in there, he's going into a Panera, right? And he's saying, "I'd like to have a panini. I want a roast pepper panini. How much?"
I didn't react to this. I'm just like processing what's going on. And this young man in the back seat, the back passenger seat, opens his door, like he cracked it. He just popped it open.
Could you hear the door unhinge?
Yes, and I saw it move just a little bit.
Okay. And at that point, because you already said you were in fear of your life when he said, "You're dead, bitch," with the gun, right?
Well, he said he was gonna effing kill me, but after he opened the door, then he looked at me and said, "You're dead, bitch."
And were you still sitting there in shock?
Yes, I was.
Were you still in fear for your life?
I became even more fearful at that point.
Okay. At that point,
At that point, I knew that he was going to start sending death right at me. So, I did what anybody in this room would do.
what did you believe was about to happen to you?
I thought I was gonna be killed.
Did you even think he might even be able to get a shot off?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
But I still didn't go for my gun at that time.
Okay. Why is that? Why did you not reach for your gun?
I couldn't tell you. Hoping that the situation was gonna de-escalate. I was in fear for my life, but I wasn't to the point where I was ready to employ deadly force.
Okay. And were you even thinking about at that point?
Not really. I was just like going, oh my God,
Okay.
where is all this hostility coming from?
All right. And at that point, is Miss Rower even in your view sight yet?
No,
Do you even know if she could be standing outside your car?
she could be, but my focus is to the left, and she could be standing right there.
Okay.
And of course, a lot of things are going through my mind. It's not just my life, it's hers too.
Let me ask you this. At any time, did any of the people in the SUV try to calm that individual down?
No, when
Stop.
I was looking at the person in the rear passenger, I could see the rear driver's side too. And while he wasn't saying anything, it was still that, I'm going to say scowl, but an angry expression.
And he was kind of still watching his friend.
Oh, absolutely. He was like just right there.
Did anybody in the front seat or any time did that back window ever come up or go up halfway or an inch, anything like that?
No, it did not.
Okay. And again, you don't know who else is in that vehicle other than somebody working the radio, I guess.
Yeah, I assume there's somebody in the front.
Okay. And then the two guys in the back,
Correct?
and then the one guy threatening you in the back.
Correct.
Okay. So now you said you see him move and you hear the door unpop.
Right.
Do you see the door open?
Yes,
Okay. At this point, are you still frozen in fear?
I am.
Okay. What changes? What is that variable?
After the continued threat of "you're dead, bitch," now the door opens and this young man gets out. And as his head clears the window frame,
there's so many witnesses in this case that are all going to be coming into the courtroom, and none of them have reported anything of what he's saying. But they have reported that he was jaw-jacking, calling him a motherfucker and stuff like that. He was being disrespected by a mouthy teenager. That's all it is. These threats, even obviously there was no shotgun, but there wasn't even words exchanged like, "You're dead, bitch." He was being disrespected by a mouthy teenager. That's all. His pride was bruised like a peach.
He says, this shit's going down now.
And at any time, do you see that man try to get rid of what you thought was a shotgun that he was holding against that
Well,
door?
when the door opened and he said, this shit's going down now, that shotgun's not sticking up anymore.
Okay. But you didn't see his body movement try to get rid of it and then get out?
No, I just saw him get out and the shotgun's not sticking up anymore.
Now, in your mind, did you think he was just going to get out to yell at you some more?
No, this is the point where my death is imminent. He's coming to kill me. He's coming to beat me. I'm not real sure what his intentions are. Actually, he made it very clear what his intentions were.
But again,
No, good save, Mike. Good save. I don't know if he's coming to kill me or beat me. I'm not really sure what his intentions were. Actually, he made it very clear what his intentions were. Death. Major death coming my way.
you only know what you're being told and what you see.
Yes, and not having any doubts at all between his threats and his actions that is a gun in the window.
Okay. And again, you see that him now come out over the door frame. Is that correct?
I saw his head over the window frame as he stepped out. And it was at that point where he said, "This shit's going down now."
Okay. And has anybody ever, or let me ask you this, have you ever been in any remote type of position like that?
Never.
Do you have any type of law enforcement or military training to deal with that?
No, I do not.
In your
Yeah. Do you think the lawyer has told him, listen, I watched the interview, I watched your interrogation, we got all that shit you'd started talking about your military friend, how he trained you when he got back from Fallujah? We're losing that. Don't mention anything to do with your military friend. Do you have any military? Well, I do have friends that are in the military that show me the proper way to...
wildest dreams could you fathom being in that position over a common courtesy?
No.
Okay. Now, at this point, are you looking for Miss Rower? Are you trying to figure out where she is? What's going through your mind when you said this shit's going down now?
What went through my mind is that this was a clear and present danger, and I said, "You're not going to kill me, you son of a bitch."
Okay. And as you said that, were you looking at him, or were you now moving to get that fire?
I said that as I was retrieving my pistol.
Okay. And where was your pistol?
It was in my glove box.
Where do you routinely keep that pistol?
In my glove box.
Okay. Is that the same pistol we saw here today?
Yes, it is.
Does that pistol fit all the way down deep into that holster?
Yes, it does. That's the actual holster you would use for concealed carry.
Okay.
Ooh,
And if you're
professional
concealed
holster.
carrying it, it's not open carry like you see in the Wild West where the old cowboys could grab their trigger and pull.
Right, that's inside the waistband holster.
Right. And does that trigger guard, that holster cover that trigger guard?
Yes, it does. You can see how it's molded over when the gun fits in, it completely covers the trigger guard.
Okay. And when did you have that, or when did you purchase that firearm?
Well, that's handy, isn't it? You know, do any holsters not have that? What would be the point? You might as well just stick it, through the belt of your jeans. Never understood that. Why would you put a fucking loaded gun down the front of your pants? Even with a safety. I mean, no, obviously not. I bet there's been some terrible accidents. It's terrible.
In the early 90s, like 90, 91.
Okay. And would you take that to go target practicing?
Yes, I would.
Okay. And that's the paper targets you see at shooting ranges?
Yes.
Okay. any type of modifications or customization to that gun?
The only thing I did was I took the walnut grips off and I put the Packmeyer grips. Those are the black grips. It's just
Yeah.
non-slip.
The walnut is
Yeah, because walnuts is very slippery. So I had to put the Packmeyer grips on. I can just imagine him reading his latest edition of Guns and Ammo, thinking, hey, I could do some modifications to my pistol. I've got that little tiny screwdriver that someone gave me, my Secret Santa gave to me for Christmas. I think this weekend I'm going to order some Packmeyer grips so I can be more like my military friend. Yeah, I think Walnut. He just felt like that. This is an old man. An old man would have walnut. I'm a military man, and I need Packmeyer. And I have my little tiny screwdriver kit that some Secret Santa gave me last Christmas. And this weekend, I'm going to do some modifications to my firearm.
it's kind of a smooth finish.
Exactly.
It can slip out.
Exactly.
And if you're shooting, even at target, does the gun kick?
I think the Packmeyer grips look better and they're probably safer.
And again, have you ever had to
But it was mainly the look. So all that bullshit that you just said about walnut, I always slip on walnut. We tried to put these hardwood floors into our satellite beach home, and it was like being on roller skates. So we got rid of those, and I put the Packmeyer grips on my gun.
ever take that out other than to shoot paper targets at a range?
I've never, ever had to resort to any kind of firearm, let alone that pistol.
Okay. Now, can you fire that gun through the holster?
No, you cannot. The trigger is completely locked.
Okay. How many rounds does that gun hold?
15 in the magazine.
Okay. And you heard Ms. Pagan testify that you can carry one chamber. Is that correct?
You could. I don't do that.
Have you ever carried your firearms, either in your house, your car, on your person, what I would call live, meaning there's a live round in the chamber?
No, I don't believe in that. I think that it's a safety issue.
Okay. And again, have you had guns since you had a family?
Yeah, with young kids in the house, especially a revolver, a kid is strong enough to pull the trigger and snap it, and a revolver is just not safe. Same thing can be said for a double action pistol. If you have a round in the chamber, they're strong enough to pull the trigger, but they're not strong enough to work the slide. At least not enough, not until they're old enough where they know better.
Okay. And again,
Or, the fuck. Keep it out of reach of children. For God's sake. They're strong enough to work the slide, but they're not strong. So I would never keep a round chambered. Yeah. You know what they're also strong enough to do? Open a bottle of bleach and drink it. That's why you put it away.
there was some mention about your son, Chris Dunn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You and Phyllis Molinaro separated when he was quite young?
Yes,
Okay. Did Miss Molinaro go on to get remarried to another gentleman?
she did.
Did she have kids with that gentleman?
Yes, she had a daughter.
Did you go on to get remarried to another woman?
I did.
Did you have kids with that one?
Yes, I have 2 daughters.
Okay. Now, and is that why part of your rationale is you don't carry it loaded?
Right, because of my young daughters.
Okay. Now,
That pistol's actually older than they are.
okay, okay. With that being said, when you reached over, tell the jury what you did to grab. Is your glove box locked? What's going on?
Well,
There was a little inflection there, wasn't there? His ex-wife got divorced, married another gentleman. Did she have kids with that gentleman? Yeah, she had a daughter. And did you have kids with your new wife? Yes, I had 2 daughters. What is that supposed to mean? That you were more successful? I had double the amount of daughters that she had in my new marriage. That also didn't work because I'm a controlling, fucking, narcissistic asshole.
My glove box isn't locked, but you know, the way my seat is kind of tilted back, I had to lean forward once to pop the glove box.
Okay.
Then bounce back, then lean forward again to grab the pistol, like leaning forward a little bit farther.
Okay. And then when you grab it, is it still in the holster?
Yeah, I grabbed the whole thing.
Do you unholster it?
I grabbed the whole thing and I threw the holster down at my feet in the...
Yeah, and I also can't lean very quickly because of I had a motorcycle accident as a young man, and so, you know, it would have been impossible for me to act too hastily.
in the car.
And is this a very quick action that you're doing?
Absolutely, I'm in a panic.
And that's what I was going to ask you. At that point, do you also then rack the gun or cock the gun?
Yeah, to recreate it, I grabbed the gun and I stripped off the holster and I put the pistol up into the window and cocked it and then turned to my left.
Okay. At that point, when you turn to your left, are you trying to acquire a target, anything like that?
I'm just pointing it at the direction of my attacker at that point.
Okay. And that's the last place you saw this person who said,
This shit's going down now, or this is the last thing he said to me.
with a firearm or deadly weapon in his hand?
Yes, I mean, everything he said and did cemented the fact that whatever he threw up against that looked like a gun was a gun.
Okay. And at that point, were you shooting only to defend yourself?
Yes, I was.
Did you have any malice intent outside of...
All he did there is admit that he did not see a gun, right? Everything he said and did cemented the idea that he had a gun. You all saw him. He had a gun. He's like that guy. He's like that guy throwing the pistol at the sheep herder's feet, isn't he? Pick it up. Pick up the gun.
what you've already testified to and why you grabbed your pistol?
No, I do not.
Okay. Had you ever met anybody in this red SUV before?
No, I had not.
Obviously, you've learned their names now. Have you ever had any kind of contact with them, their families, anything at all?
No.
Okay. Would they have even known who you are?
Unlikely.
Okay. And again, you said...
Yeah, unlikely. Unless they'd, come to shoot skeet with me in the aviation community. Or maybe if they had been holidaying in the Florida Keys and come for a scuba diving lesson. Maybe they knew me from there. But they definitely didn't because they were thugs.
That you hadn't even lived in Jacksonville since the mid-90s?
Correct.
Now, how fast, I know we kind of recreated and we walked you through it, but if you could you show the jury exactly what you did when you heard it's going down now?
Well, if we say over here is my glove box, I'm looking out the window and I said, "You're not going to kill me, you son of a bitch," and I shot.
Okay. And do you even recall how many times you shot?
I do not.
Okay. You obviously...
Wow, that was intense. Let's go back and see that again. Nice improv.
Well, if we say over here is my glove box, I'm looking out the window and I said, "You're not going to kill me, you son of a bitch," and I shot.
Okay. And do you even recall how many times you shot?
Isn't there something fucking hilarious about imagining... Yeah, I did that just for you, David Anderson Kirk. That's do you not notice? Sometimes I throw in some Bill Hicks references. You know, I think I should end every show with, the world is like a ride in an amusement park, and when you choose to go on it, you think it's real, because that's how powerful our minds are. The ride goes up and down, and round. It has thrills and chills, and it's very colourful, and it's very loud, and it's fun for a while. And some people have been on the ride for a very long time, and they begin to question, is this real, or is this just a ride? And other people have remembered, and they come back to us and they say, hey, don't worry, don't be sad or afraid ever, because this is just a ride. And we kill those people. Shut him up. We have a lot invested in this ride. Shut him up. Look at my furrows of worry. Look at my big bank account. And my family. This has to be real. It's just a ride.
Josh?
I do not.
Okay. You obviously heard the video.
Yes.
Okay, you got to see the video.
Yes, it was very impressive.
Okay. And how did that make you feel watching it?
It put me back in the moment.
Okay. How did that make you feel?
Scared.
Okay. About as scared as you were that day?
Not even a little bit, but it brought some of it back.
Okay.
Yeah, it brought some of it back. I'd say it brought back about 42%. That's another thing. Has he got into percentages yet? Never trust someone who describes something in percentages. You know, I'd say, did recreating that scare me now in the court? Probably about 42% of my fear came back.
And again, have you ever been put in that position before in your life?
No.
And if they choose a number like 17 or 37, it's definitely not true.
Do you have any type of training to deal with being put in that position?
There's an objection, you have to ask and answer.
Sustain.
Now, at that point, we hear the gun go off 3 times. You hear the boom, 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 or bang, bang, whatever it is, however you want to describe it. Is that, you could hear it yourself?
Yes.
Okay. At any point, do you then move the gun to find anybody else? Are you now searching
No,
for people?
How can I describe this? I had what's called tunnel vision. My hearing kind of dimmed. My senses just kind of, everything faded in the background, and it was focus on the target and
that was the
pulling the
red door?
trigger.
With that target being the
Just
red
the
door?
just the door.
Why are you shooting at the door?
Well, that's where the threat was coming from. That was the last place I saw my attacker, and that was about as far back as I could get in my position.
Okay. And again, were you shooting directly to your left, or would that be at the passenger door?
That would have been at the
The
front passenger. I was angled behind me, two-handed. I have a damaged right finger. I really can't shoot a gun because I have to use this as a trigger finger. I'd only be holding it with 2 fingers. So I have to hold it two-handed for the recoil.
Okay. Judge?
Yeah, you've got quite the collection of ailments, haven't you? You've got a broken back from your motorcycle crash, no hearing in one ear, and one giant ear that amplifies all sounds, especially bass, and a broken finger. I mean, and all of this is an excuse for him to claim that he is a software developer working from home, so he can be a slob all day. You know? Doesn't need to get up or shower. Doesn't need to pretend to eat healthy. He sits at his desk eating, you know, a variety of flavored Doritos all day, and probably drinking as well. And then has a nap, a long, long nap.
I may, can I have him sit down so the jury can actually see his finger?
Sure.
Mr. Dunn, if you wouldn't mind stepping down. Now, when did this injury happen to your
I'm having a Jodi Arias flashback. Yeah, this is my broken finger, and she's just holding it crooked.
finger? Okay, and does obviously, could you put your whole hand down so they can compare that finger to the others?
That's a good one, Shasta. I have a peculiar medical condition, which is I don't sweat at all. After I was shot at in the Falklands War.
I'm just gonna have, sorry, if you could just slide down. I hate to do that to you, Mr. Dunn. And can you tell the jury, how did that injury occur?
Look, CDJ is like, you just described what I did today. Are you a software developer? What was it again? Gets up, doesn't have to shower or commute. Eats a multiple flavors of Doritos all day. A round the world tour of Doritos. Drinking and then takes a nap, a long nap. It's a great way. It's a great way to live. You know, yeah. Hats off to you.
Just a home improvement project gone awry.
Was that with your father?
Yes, it was.
Did he feel kind of bad?
He feels terrible.
Okay. And because of that,
Yeah, I'll bet he feels terrible. I bet he doesn't feel that great about having to shell out, like, you know, probably more than $1 million for this little snafu that you've gotten yourself into there, Michael. You know, is that him in the front row that is wearing a face that, you know, looks like it's about to fall off because it's so pissed? It was a home improvement project gone awry. That's Adelson humor. That's cocktail party humor, right? Canapé humor. It was just a home improvement project gone awry. It's like when Harvey Adelson says, I can take off time from work because I have a very understanding boss. My son. Who's not really my boss, of course. But we decided to put the company into his name for tax benefit reasons. And now the joke is that he is my boss. Canapé humor.
you said you have to hold it with two hands.
Is that a thing? Or have I invented that? I think I've invented that. Which means new merch product. New merch product is canapé. Oh, canapé. Humor. Canapé cocktail. Just canapé humor. There's always cocktails with canapés. Yeah, canapé humor. Merch coming soon.
Right, because I would otherwise just be holding the grip with two fingers, and that's not enough.
Okay. And would you even have, would it almost injure you trying to fire the gun in that?
I think it would jump out of my hand. I've never tried it, just out of a...
Safety issue?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with that being said, is it even possible when you're firing back at that back passenger door, is it even possible, did you duck your head and try to aim those crosshairs or sights?
I didn't aim, I pointed.
Did you even have time to try to acquire?
Man, what the definition of a semantic argument? I didn't aim. I pointed at a target. I didn't fire the weapon. I pulled the trigger, and it fired itself and sent death at the boy.
Fire a sighting and get the things
No,
lined up?
my hands were rested on my windowsill.
And why did you...
Wouldn't this have been a great scene for the movie Crash? Remember the movie Crash? That was pretty good. Because Michael Dunn was just moving around. This would have been perfect for the movie Crash, because that was all about racial equilibrium as well, wasn't it? That was the main thing. People from different cultures and walks of life that all somehow affect each other in this racial soup that is Los Angeles. This story would have been a perfect addition. I want to write to Matt Dillon and say, listen, Matt, contact whoever made the film, because he's the only one I remember, and Brendan Fraser, and Sandra Bullock, and who was the black lady, the really, really good-looking black lady that Matt Dillon saves from the burning car. But she realized it's the same cop that sexually assaulted her at a traffic stop. I was like, doesn't want to be pulled out of the burning car, but then gets over that and says, okay, pull me out. Pull me out, but don't finger fuck me again.
You fire so quickly. What was still going through your mind at that moment, if anything at all?
I was fighting for my life.
Okay. At that point, you felt your life was still in danger.
Oh, absolutely.
Sustained.
Hey, look, people are saying, oh, I love the movie Crash. Crash was an excellent movie. Yeah. You see, that's what I love about this community, that you can trust. I can have complete trust that nobody is going to come and say, yeah, didn't rate it. It was all hype, rubbish film, no good. It should have been called Crash. Hang on, it was.
How did you feel in terms of your mental
I was still fighting for my life. I was still in fear for my life.
Did anybody yell out, no, we're just kidding, no, it's okay, any type of comments like that?
No, nothing.
Anything to de-escalate the threats towards you?
Nothing at all.
And at that point, at some time, do you now
I
realize
can't wait
that
for the
you-
cross-examination.
Yeah, as I mentioned, I kind of was in a fixed position with the tunnel vision. I didn't realize the SUV was moving at first. You'll see in photos that there's 3 holes in the front passenger. That I was still aiming at the rear passenger.
Are we getting ready? Yeah, well, my ocular cavities, I have a lazy eye. One time when I was scuba diving in the Keys, a lobster came right at me and, stole my goggles, or my, what do you call that thing? My eye mask, my goggle eye mask. The lobster ran away, and because of the pressure at that depth of underwater, my ocular cavity got flooded. And now, if I shake my head from side to side, you can still hear the swish, swish, swish of the salt water in my ocular cavity. So that causes my lazy eye. So I didn't realize that the SUV was moving. We never caught that lobster.
passenger, and it didn't register that the car was backing up.
Okay, and at some point you realize now there's no more red door in front of your face?
I registered movement and stopped, but I'd already put 3 additional shots into the front passenger.
Okay, and again, was that with any malice and intent for anybody in the vehicle other than the gentleman?
Okay, little friendly outside perspective suggestion for the gun reform bill, should there ever be one, which I don't have an opinion. You know, if you can't see, if you can't see, you can't have a fucking concealed carry permit. Sorry, that's got to be that's got to be the baseline. All right, let's start there, and just check that people can see before they buy a gun, right? Before they're licensed to carry one through public. Yeah, that as a minimum, as a basic minimum, make sure that people can see.
Threatened your life with a firearm?
No, it was just a byproduct of the tunnel vision.
Okay,
And
and
the
then did
panic.
you stop once you realized that SUV is now no longer?
Yes, I did.
And at that point, did you look up?
Yes.
And where was the SUV when you looked up?
They backed up directly behind me.
Okay, so at that point, if you're facing this way, aiming out your door is closed?
My door is closed, my window's down.
Okay, did you ever try to open the door, get out of the vehicle, and chase him down?
Not chase them down, but I did open my door.
Tell the jury, why did you open your door with the SUV behind you?
Well, they had a shot at the back of my head, very easy one.
And again, did you ever see anybody throw the shotgun or the deadly weapon away?
No,
And at that point, if they have a shotgun, what kind of sight do they have to you?
right. This is where Rhonda starts coming into my mind, because I know she's heard the shots. I know Rhonda.
Yeah. She knows you now. Look at him.
It wasn't just my life I was worried about. No.
And was that, in terms of your mental state, how did you still feel at that point in terms of the threat of imminent?
What do you think trained actors think when they see this, huh? There used to be this good channel out of New Zealand, I think. And it was called The Dialogue. And the lady that was running it, you know, would just show clips of liars and people trying to act their way out of trouble. And her job in the real world was like a body language expert for training actors. You know? Which it sounds like a really interesting job. But because of that, she was so well positioned to give an opinion on this on this Michael Dunn episode here. Let's just go back a second. It wasn't just my life I was worried about.
My mind, because I know she's heard the shots. I know Rhonda.
Is it Cindy? Is that who CDJ is? I've just been calling you CDJ. I will call you Cindy.
It wasn't just my life I was worried about. No.
And was that, in terms of your mental state, how did you still feel at that point in terms of the threat of imminent danger?
Right. I mean, it's double, because it's not just me we're talking about.
Yeah,
And
double.
at some point now, do you see that SUV actually drive towards?
Yeah, the danger of death coming actually doubled when they drove away. It's just nonsensical. I think it's hilarious that, again, I think we've got a lawyer here that really just saw an opportunity to, yeah, I'll give you a defense. I'll give you the best defense, and then put no work in at all, right? Just pay the money.
A different direction or try to drive away.
It did, and this is where the now they're back in line with if they fire on me, they'll hit the front door, and this is where Rhonda comes out.
Okay, and again, with your gun, how many bullets can it fire at a time?
One.
And that goes in one direction?
Yes, sir.
Okay, with your experience in training, what does a shotgun blast do?
It has a very nice spread.
And the further you get away, the bigger that
The
spread
bigger
gets?
the spread.
Okay, that's kind of why you could shoot clays at...
Here's something, right? All of this happened because they parked and Rhonda went into the store. He gave her $20 and you know, well, she went into the store. I don't know if he sent her in, but you know, what is that? That's the division of labor, is it? I mean, I would always go in the store with the woman. You know, just to get out of the car, just to maybe have a look around and say, "Hey, look, they've got atomic fireballs. Let's get a pack of those." Or a fudge-sicle, if you're Michael Dunn, maybe that's what he would get. Hey, have they got that ice cream sandwich that's also covered in fudge? I'll get one of those for the 5-minute drive back to the hotel. Yeah. So, you know, I mean, if he was doing something like taking a phone call, or if he was getting gas, that I could understand. But, you know, either go in with her or go yourself. I mean, it's you're paying. You give her the money and send her in, you fucking dick.
50 yards plus and still hit
And
it?
hit it, yeah.
Do you fire additional rounds into the back of the truck?
I did, in my panic state of mind, I thought I fired once, but I've seen the photographic evidence, and you know, I shot 3 times.
Okay. What was your purpose of firing towards the back of that vehicle? Were you trying...
I was worried about a blind firing situation where they would, you know, shoot over their heads or whatever and hit me and Rhonda.
Was the back passenger window still down?
Yes, it was.
Could a gun barrel be pointed out that window?
Absolutely, it was at a 45.
By 45, you mean the angle?
Yes, sir.
Not the fire.
Yes, I meant the angle.
Okay. And at that point, what was going through your minds in terms of fear? Were you still in imminent fear?
Absolutely.
Okay. And what was your purpose of...
I'm great fun on road trips. I love road trips. And it's the best thing to do. Let's just drive somewhere really far away and then come home. No, we'll stay a while.
Of shooting into that vehicle at that angle?
To keep their heads down, to keep them from shooting blindly.
Okay. And again, at this point, now you know there's at least...
4.
And do you know what they have in that car?
No, I know there's at least 1 weapon. Now I got, 3, 4 potential shooters.
All right. And again, how many are you?
1.
Okay.
All in his
At that
imagination.
point, let me ask you this. After you fire the round into the back to keep their heads down, do you unload your clip? It's a common term. You just keep shooting until everything's gone.
No, I did not.
Okay. Why did you stop firing?
Yeah,
What...
I showed restraint. There was still 1 bullet left in the magazine. Because I was restrained.
point did you stop firing?
I stopped firing when it appeared that the threat was over.
Okay. And they were far enough away where they couldn't shoot back?
They were far enough away where they couldn't shoot back effectively, and I certainly couldn't aim effectively.
Okay. Were you even trying to continue to shoot as they were driving away?
No.
Okay.
Effectively. What does that word mean in this context? To kill, you know, kind of revealing for your intent. I couldn't aim effectively. I wasn't sure that I'd put a bullet through their brain, so I stopped all the death.
At that point, what was your next focus on immediately after that?
Getting Rhonda and myself to safety.
Okay. Did you try to run into the store?
No.
When you turned around, who was standing there?
Rhonda.
Okay, and what did you say to her?
I said, get in the car, we gotta go.
And what did she do?
She got in the car.
Okay. And at that point, did you know where that red SUV went?
No, I lost sight of the red SUV, and I thought they turned onto that main road, whatever goes north there. I really wasn't that familiar with the way the parking lot works, but when they turned the corner and took off, I thought they were on, was that south side?
Yes. And at that point, did you have any type of mental thought of retaliation or them coming back?
Yes, I was worried about them coming back, and maybe possibly they had friends in the area, doing retaliation.
Okay. And was it a busy gas station with a lot of people there?
Yes.
Did you look around? Did you look around and start asking people, are you friendly or you're not?
No.
Okay.
We just got out.
At that point, what is still your mental state of you being in fear of that situation?
I'm still in a panic. I'm still in, that we're in a very dangerous spot. I mean, I just got my life threatened because I asked them to turn the music down. And it's, now I shot at them. So now what are they going to do?
Okay. And again, is your belief they still have weapons in that vehicle?
Absolutely.
Okay. And at that point, emotionally, physically, do you notice any differences about your body physically?
I'm shaking. I mean, I'm quivering like a leaf.
Okay. Had you ever experienced those feelings before?
No, this is all new.
How was Rhonda once you explained to her what happened? Or did you explain or try to in the vehicle?
I tried to, but she was hysterical.
Okay. And were you still shaking and panicking?
I wasn't much better.
Okay. So was it a little bit difficult for you to verbalize clearly as we are today?
Yes, it was.
I wasn't much better, but I was definitely better because I'm the best. This guy loves himself, doesn't he? Just fucking loves himself. I can't wait till we see his neighbor.
I mean, I tried to get out the fact that they were threatening me. I tried to get out the fact that they were advancing on me. I tried to get out the fact that they were armed, but it was difficult, to say the least.
And was that because of your mental state?
Both of ours.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how far away, you said, did it take you a long time to get back to the hotel?
No, not at all.
Do you even remember the ride back, or was it all?
I don't remember pulling in. I
Okay.
mean,
You heard Rhonda testify that she got out and she jumped out of the car and ran in. Do you recall that?
vaguely.
Okay. Do you even recall what parking spot you parked in?
No,
Okay. Do you even recall where in the parking lot vicinity you parked?
no.
Okay. And once Rhonda runs in, she's still visibly upset, obviously?
Yes, she was.
Okay. And at this point, is there any communication between you and her?
Brian. I still don't know if that's his real name, you know. I've seen pictures. I just never thought he looked like a Brian. I would have thought he was more like a Ryan. How you doing, Brian? Yeah. No, the trial is great. Look at this eclectic gallery. Is that his dad way at the back? He was in the front row a minute ago.
About what you're going to do next or why? Anything like that?
No.
Okay. What do you do in terms of your firearm?
I I safed it. I took the magazine out, and then I took the shell that was in the barrel out, and I put it back into the magazine.
Okay. And did you have a little bit difficult time? Were your hands still shaking?
Yeah, I think I dropped stuff.
Okay. And at that point,
Trayvon Martin. Yes, that was it. That was it. That was it. The Trayvon Martin case, of which I know nothing, was a... It wasn't the Charlie Brown guy that got killed in Missouri. Not Charlie Brown. What was his name? Something Brown. Sean Brown. Just kidding. There's never been a black guy called Sean. Isn't that strange? Has anybody ever met a black guy called Sean? No, but Trayvon Martin was a case of the case that some people looked at this case and said, "Oh, the prosecution made political decisions because they didn't want they wanted to satisfy the public because they'd botched the Trayvon case, which was a wrongful death of a black guy." So some people said, oh, with the Michael Dunn happening after that the prosecution made decisions because they needed to, defend their reputation. I don't believe that. Sean Combs. Is that a real guy? Let's look that up. Sean Combs. Sean Combs. Okay, good. Oh, that's the Puff Daddy guy, is it? Is that his real name? Sean Combs. I have no idea what he did or anything about that. I remember the song Bad Boys for Life, but that's all I know of Puff Daddy. If Puff Daddy is the same person as Diddy. I think he's changed his name a number of times, right? He used to be Puff Daddy. And he was actually born in Harlem. Well, that's got to give you some cred.
were you even worried about grabbing it and shaking of what might happen?
I was being very delicate.
Okay. In terms of your emotional state at that point, were you worried about being followed? And I don't mean by police, I mean people trying to find you to hurt you.
Absolutely. We were staying at a hotel that has like a club room at the top floor. And we were there looking out the windows.
Daphne has 5 black cousins named Sean. Are they all brothers in the same family? And I mean, you know, brothers as in, you know, in the sense, not in the what's up my brother sense, but in the, you know, share the same mom and dad. That would be great. We're having five boys and naming all of them Sean. And we're also, the dog and the cat also, they're named Sean. And what's the deal with, because Sean written like S-E-A-N doesn't look right? Is there any black guy that we know called Sean like S-H-A-U-N?
Like a waking nightmare. Every car was a red SUV.
Every car was a red SUV. Very tacky.
We were just, you have to understand, we didn't know anybody had been hurt. We thought we'd just made them go away and that they were going to come back.
Okay. And again, at this point, have you ever been in any type of situation even remotely similar to this?
Judge, objection
No.
to asking.
Sustained.
Have you had any type of counseling or training to handle this after a shooting?
No.
Did you even think you would ever need it in your life?
George Foreman named all of his sons George. Awesome. That's cool. He should have named one lean and one mean and one grilling machine.
No, never.
And how was Rhonda's demeanor once you were upstairs?
She was a wreck.
And how was your demeanor once you got upstairs?
I wasn't much better, but I needed to hold it together for both of us.
And were you trying to do that for her?
Yes, I was.
And did you see her testify the other day? Would that be very similar to how she was acting that night?
That was calm compared to that night.
Okay. So she was much worse that night?
Yes, she was.
Okay. And obviously sitting here today, you're still visibly upset.
Yes.
Would you say this is probably calm to how you were reacting that night?
I think I'm a more emotional now than I was that night because, I was trying to be stoic. I had difficulty processing what was going on.
Were you trying to comfort your fiance?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And at some point, did she even have to go get air because you were?
Smothering her?
Yes.
Yes.
And again, that was in trying to get her to kind of breathe and relax.
Judge, I'm going
Yes,
to
it
finish the
was.
leading.
Mr. Stroller, please don't leave.
Mr. Dunn, why were you doing it? Why were you behaving that way?
I was trying to get her to relax and stop hyperventilating and calm down. I was explaining to her that it was self-defense, that we were not in trouble with the police. We might be in trouble with the local
Police.
gangsters, but not, I didn't do anything wrong.
All right, let me ask you this. At some point, did you take Charlie down?
Do you think the police might want to know, like, what happened? I mean, if you didn't do anything wrong, then call it in, Call it in. You obviously did something wrong. Oh, we didn't do anything wrong, and I have no what do you call it? Requirement. There's no requirement on me to call it in because we did nothing wrong.
Downstairs to use the bathroom?
Yes, we went upstairs and she changed. We were both wearing, evening wear. And I took Charlie down and to go potty, and by the time I got up, she had just finished changing.
Okay, and let me ask you this. We kind of talked about walking the dog. Did you take Charlie out for a walk?
No, I took him to just go potty. He was ready to go.
Okay. Did you walk him around the parking lot?
No, this wasn't an exercise walk. This was just to go potty.
Okay. And can you explain to the jury
Yeah. I'm sure he was happy for that. I mean, he's been sitting in a crate all day, and then he goes down for 1 minute to take a shit, and then back up to the room. We didn't have time for an exercise walk.
once you go downstairs in the hotel, where is this area that the animals and the pets could use the bathroom?
Oh, it was right outside the door. It was like right around the building.
And was it in front, open to the public on a public road?
No, it was kind of like to the side.
Okay. And was it extremely close, you said, right outside that door?
Yes.
And did Charlie have to use the bathroom?
Yeah, it was immediate.
Okay. And did you let Charlie walk around and smell the grass or play?
No, we weren't. I didn't want to be outside right then.
Okay. Did you immediately pick up Charlie and go back to the room?
Yes, we did. Or yes, I did. Excuse me.
And at some point, there was some discussion about ordering a pizza. Please tell the jury who ordered the pizza.
Well, I made the phone call, but it was, Rhonda hadn't Rhonda didn't eat a lot for dinner. Rhonda was upset and her stomach was in knots. And I suggested maybe she needed something to eat to
Okay.
put in her stomach.
And did she agree with that?
She did in theory, but
No, absolutely, I understand. Who actually got the information to order the pizza?
I believe Rhonda did.
Okay. And at that point, did you go downstairs to get it?
Yes.
Did you have to go outside and meet somebody outside in the public parking lot?
No, it was in the lobby.
Okay, and is that lobby secured and locked?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and explain to the jury how that area works. Like Rhonda started talking about a key card or
Well,
swiping.
the elevator's locked. You have to have a room key to operate the elevator.
So the pizza guy couldn't come up.
Correct.
All right. And again, did you ever go outside other than the area of the elevator to get that pizza?
No, I did not.
Okay. When you brought the pizza up, did Miss Rauer try to eat the pizza?
She did. She tried to eat a slice.
Okay. Did you eat any of the pizza?
No, I had no appetite.
Okay. And at that point, you guys still had some alcoholic beverages in the room you could make?
Yes, we did.
And did you make them?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can you tell the jury, was it to have a nightcap and put your head on a pillow and watch a movie?
No, it was trying to calm down, we were both so upset.
And at that point, were your hands still shaky?
Absolutely.
Was your body still shaky?
Yes, it was.
What about Miss Rauer?
She was quaking,
Visibly.
visibly quaking.
Okay. And is that the reason why you poured alcohol?
Yes, it is.
Okay. At some point, let me ask you this. Did you guys keep drinking all night long?
No, I think it was the one that we had.
Were you toasting each other of, hey, what a beautiful day?
Not at that point.
Okay. Was there any type of joy or occasion of, what a wonderful day, let's have a drink? Anything along those lines?
No, it was all, we were stunned and, horrified and just couldn't believe that things escalated the way they did
Okay.
over a common courtesy.
Okay. At any time, talking about that, of escalating, at any time, did you ever raise your voice to the men in the SUV?
I think when I said, "You're not going to kill me, son of a bitch," I may have had a little inflection in that, but other than that, no.
Okay. Did you ever curse at the men in the SUV?
Other than the last thing I said, no.
Did you ever say anything derogatory at all to the guys in the SUV?
No, I did not even when they were saying derogatory things towards me.
Okay. Now, at some point, does Miss Rauer fall asleep?
Yeah, that was around midnight.
Okay. And were you able to sleep?
I fell asleep around 5 a.m.
Okay. Why was it so hard for you to fall asleep?
I was still processing the emotions and trying to make sense of what happened.
And at this point, are you still upset or shaken?
I'm upset and shaken. And again, we still don't know about the death. It's just a shooting at this point.
Okay. And at some time, though, in the middle of the evening or the middle of that night, you do learn that somebody had passed away.
Yes, I used my phone. Look.
Is that what he was telling himself? It's just a shooting. It's just a simple 10-round shooting into a moving vehicle at this point. Yeah, back to the pizza, though. The pizza was for Rhonda, because everybody knows the thing to settle your stomach is a greasy slice of bread with melted cheese and salty toppings. Can we get that extra spicy? Yeah. That doesn't make any sense. You should have plain boiled white rice, plain natural yogurt, and not the creamy kind, the 1.5% fat. The 0.01, I mean, don't touch that. That's like eating chalk. But definitely don't go for the 3.5%. The 1.5 is where you want to be. And cold Coca-Cola. Those are the things that you need to settle your stomach. Not a fucking pizza.
We didn't have a computer with us. I had been watching the channels for news, and I found on my phone where they talked about it.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what you saw on your phone that led you to believe that?
I don't remember exactly what it said, but it was something about a shooting on South Side, and it showed a fatality.
Okay. And obviously, if they use the word fatality, you know what that means.
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how you reacted when you saw that on your phone?
I ran to the bathroom.
Tell the jury why you
I
went
ran to the
I
bathroom.
vomited.
Okay. And at that point, had you had any food in your system since the dinner at the wedding?
Not since dinner.
Okay. And again, did at that point you decide to put on...
You vomited because you put away a bottle of rum after leaving a wedding where you drank all day. You know.
a movie or eat pizza?
No.
Okay. How long were you in that bathroom sick to your stomach?
All the rest of the night until, I think I was finally able to lay down around 5.
Okay. And what time, did you have a great sleep? Did you sleep until 9, 10 o'clock in the morning?
No, we were up at 7.
Okay. And at 7 o'clock, where were you when Miss Rower woke up?
I was in the bathroom trying to get clean. I mean, I was taking a shower.
Okay. And that was because of what you had experienced physically in that night?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you hear Miss Rower say to you?
Well, I guess the TV was on and she saw the news report, and that's where she was calling me.
Okay. How was she calling you? Was it just a soft, hey, Michael?
No, it was hysterical.
Okay. And do you recall what she said when she said that to you, or how she called you?
Yes, she said my name 3 times.
Okay. And at that point, you knew she was awake?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you go out of the bathroom to talk with her?
I did. I went out
How you doing, Michelle? Good to see you, Michelle.
and I gave her a hug, and I told her I know.
And at that point, what did
God,
you...
this poor woman, this poor little leaf of a bird woman. Can you imagine, like, having this fucking guy, like, crowding you when you're trying to make sense of what a fucking psycho he is, and he's like, holding her and telling her to breathe. I mean, how annoying would that be? Just get the fuck away from me, man. Take me home.
Miss Rower say to you immediately after that hug?
Take me home.
Yeah,
How
there
many
you go.
times did she say that to you?
Multiple times, like 3-4 times.
Was there inflection in her voice, or was she calm about it?
Oh, she was quaking.
Okay.
Quaking.
Is it safe to say, based on your knowledge and experience, was she panicking?
Quaking like a leaf.
Yes, she was panicking and almost mute. I mean, she couldn't really talk other than to say, take me home.
Okay. And at that point,
Well, I think that's something to do with the fact that she is realizing that you have now changed her life forever. And for the better, but she doesn't know that yet. She thought you were all right somehow, I think it's safe to say that Rhonda Rauer may have been quite comfortable in being led, right? She's doesn't come across as a very as a woman striving for independence much. Maybe that's judgmental, but that's my impression. And so she's now coming to terms with, okay, she isn't as delusional as you are, and nowhere near as racist. So she knows that the law is coming, right? And you have now changed her entire, how she saw her life going. They were living together, engaged, to be married. Just got the dog, 7-month-old dog. Off to St. Augustine tomorrow for the fairly expensive bed and breakfast with the, the in-house made sausage and the organic free-range fried eggs with the designer bacon. Oh, you're going to miss out on all that. And so she.
Did you leave the hotel?
Yeah, we checked out at 8 o'clock. I mean, we were up at 7 and out of there.
Okay. And you still had to get your things together, get Charlie together?
It took about that long to get together.
Okay. And at some point, did you guys decide, hey, let's go have breakfast?
No.
Let's go have some coffee and orange juice?
No, we had plans to spend the afternoon with my son in St. Augustine, and
Hey, I would love some coffee and orange juice right now. Why don't we all head over to buymeacoffee.com or PayPal and support the coffee and orange juice dream? In fact, go to PayPal. PayPal is best, and it's instant. Support the channel, because, we're fucking desperate.
that was off the table as well.
So if you wanted to leave Jacksonville, you could have actually, you had a reservation at a bed and breakfast in St. Augustine?
Yes.
Did you go there and stop there?
No.
Did you even go to look to see it? Maybe we'll just stay here and hang out?
No. We
Ah, it's been so long since we've got together and talked hair, Michelle. What does Michelle tell us? Metrix, what is up with that ridiculous middle part of his hair? The leprechaun sweater bad enough, but oh my God, that's a hideous look on a grown man, right? A center parting. I mean, the outfit in general is kind of preppy, right? Prep school. I went to an Irish prep school, and this was my uniform. A center parting on anybody that is not 8. When did I need an example of where a center parting on a grown man looks good? Can we AI our way to that? Example of a center parting on a grown man that looks good. I think possibly John Leguizamo may have had one in Baz Luhrmann's Romeo and Juliet. But apart from that, no, it doesn't exist.
we had
What were your intentions after speaking with Rhonda at that moment?
Well, we were going to go back to Brevard, where we live. I have a neighbor who's in law enforcement.
Is that Mr. Ken?
I have a neighbor that's in law enforcement, yeah. My federal agent neighbor, badge number 001, Department of Agriculture, badge number 001, because there's only one! Cow tax.
Les Galette?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And does he travel between 2 homes?
Yeah, he's in
Uh-oh. Shit.
Washington.
Okay. And what was your intent or what was your purpose to talk to Ken or call Ken Les Galette?
Well, Ken is a federal law enforcement official. He knows me personally, and I figured if I went and I talked to him, I knew he had friends in the local Brevard County Sheriff, where we could go together and I could speak to my hometown sheriff to tell him what happened, and hopefully they would listen to my side.
Okay. Did you know anybody in law enforcement in Jacksonville, Florida?
No,
Did you still have any contacts to the guys on the Navy base in Jacksonville, Florida?
no,
Okay. Again, in terms of your mental state, were you your normal self at this point?
no, not even close.
And as we sit here today, 15 months later, are you even remotely close of how you were that morning?
I take it back. John Leguizamo has never had a center parting and shouldn't. What about Matt Dillon? Do I remember Matt Dillon having a center parting? Nope. I thought maybe in that film about Mary, something Mary. But no, it doesn't exist.
No.
Okay. Do you recall the drive back from Jacksonville to home?
It was a 2.5-hour drive, and
Shemp-Howard, huh?
it was over in a blink of an eye.
Okay. Was there a whole lot of discussion and talking between you and Miss Rower?
No, she was mute the whole time.
Okay. Did it appear that she was still visibly shaken up?
Absolutely.
And again, was she crying and sobbing at parts of this trip?
Yes, she was. She had fits of silence, fits of sobbing.
And obviously did this play into your mind of you still being upset?
Yes, again, I knew I had done nothing wrong, but it was hard to get her to understand this. And at the time, I was more concerned with her, get her taken care of, go deal with law enforcement later.
Okay. Did you have any belief or inclination that you were going to be accused of murder?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did you still have a pilot's license November 2012?
Yes,
Okay. I mean, is it still valid the day you were arrested?
yes.
Okay. Did you lose the ability to fly a plane?
No, I had a valid passport as well.
Okay. And you had money in the bank?
Yes,
Okay. And you still had friends that you knew where they lived, you could drive to their house, who they had an airplane?
Gentlemen,
Yes.
take a leading.
Sustain.
Let me ask,
This is just always such a weak defense, isn't it? You know, you could have fled, right? You could have. There's just something so funny about imagining Michael Dunn driving his black Volkswagen Jetta to one of his friends' houses, one of his friends in the aviation community that have a plane, and him jumping into one of those little light aircrafts with his French bulldog puppy dog. And flying off to where? To Hispaniola.
ask you this, Mr. Dunn. Did you still have friends, if at all, that owned airplanes November of 2012?
several.
Did you drive to their house?
No, I did not.
Did you call them?
No, I did not.
Did you ask anybody to try to fly you to the Bahamas or another country, anything like that?
No, I did not.
Did you contact the airlines?
No, I did not.
Did you contact a car rental place?
No,
Did you even try to stop anywhere to use your credit card, to do anything, to buy a bus pass, anything like that?
no, I did not.
Did you get a hold of Ken Lescalette when you called there at 8:30 in the morning?
Yeah, I did, and the purpose of my call was to make sure that he was going to be home, and I told him I would be there about 10:30, and I had something very important to discuss with him, and I wanted to make sure he was going to be there.
Okay. And did he indicate to you he would be there to talk to you?
Yes, and he was.
Okay. When you got home, we saw some pictures of where you guys used to live. Do you recall seeing those pictures?
I do.
And there was a little bluish silver truck outside. Whose car was that?
That's Rhonda's,
Okay. Where does Miss Rower normally park?
right where that car was at.
Okay. And where do you normally park?
In the garage.
Why do you keep your car in the garage and hers outside?
Hers is bigger, mine is newer. I mean, the combo of the two.
And matter of fact, that's only a little one-car garage.
Right.
I saw some things on the walls on the side. Why are those there on your?
Those are like door protectors, little bumpers.
And are those in line with exactly where your door would open?
Yeah, I installed those.
Okay. Let me ask you this. When you pulled in, did you close the garage?
No, no,
Did you try to conceal your vehicle?
absolutely not.
Did you go try to ditch your vehicle somewhere else and have somebody pick you up?
No.
And when you get home, what's the first thing you and Rhonda do?
We unloaded the dog.
And
And
where did you go after that?
I went, headed out to the backyard, and that's how I would get to my neighbors.
Okay. And kind of explain for the jury, because we didn't get a lot of pictures of your neighborhood. Is it kind of where like all the doors face in the front like a regular house, or are the doors on the side and the back?
Most of the front doors face the road, the back doors face the ocean, but the side units, the front door is actually on the side.
And where is Mr. Lescalais?
He's on the side.
Okay. So
He's got a back door, but
I was gonna say, what's the easiest path to get to his house?
the back.
Okay. And have you done that before?
Yes,
Have you socialized with him before?
yes,
Okay. So to walk to that back door was not going to surprise him?
no,
Okay.
that was the usual.
Okay. And at some point before you went over to Mr. Lescalais' house after unloading Charlie, did Miss Rower get a phone call?
She did. Her phone rang, and it was a 904 area code, and we assumed it was my son calling, and I answered.
When you answered the phone, did you try to disguise your voice?
No,
Did you try to muffle it and say, hey, don't use my name, any type of deception?
no, absolutely not.
And when you answered the phone, who was on the phone?
It was Detective Musser.
Okay. And did he tell you who he was and say, this is Detective Musser, or did he just say it's a detective from Jacksonville?
Detective Musser, I'm a homicide detective from Jacksonville.
Okay. And as soon as he said that, what was the first things you said to him?
I know why you're calling. It was self-defense. I'm on my way.
Well, that was probably a better start than "What can I do for you, officer?" I want to be in compliance. You want me to drive back? Well, I just got home. Can we do Monday? I tell you what, I'll meet you Monday evening, or Tuesday on the day.
To a law enforcement officer's home right now. My intention is to make my report to the Brevard County Sheriff's.
Okay. And what did Detective Musser respond when you said, I'm on my way to law enforcement to make a report?
What do you think the Brevard County Sheriffs are going to say when you walk in and say, hey, about 24 hours ago, I shot that black child in 2 hours north of here, 200 miles away. But I want to make a report, a historic, distant report.
He thought that was a good idea. He said that I had about 10 minutes to be on my way.
Okay. And you were already walking out that back door to your neighbor, Mr. Lescalais?
I was.
Okay. And when you got to Mr. Lescalais' house, how close of a walk is it? I mean, is it a mile away?
Oh no, it's 3 units away, so 30, 40 feet.
Okay. And when you get there, is he there to open the door and greet you?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Do you advise him of what happened in Jacksonville?
Yes, without going into a lot of detail, I just kind of told him the blunt facts. That I was involved in a shooting and somebody's dead.
All right. And did you ask him for assistance of saying, I want to contact Brevard County Sheriff's Office?
I did, and I made sure he knew it was a self-defense.
I was involved in a shooting. That is, without a doubt, the kindest way to put it. Another way to put it would be that I flew into a rage when somebody disobeyed my command, and they made me feel really small. So small that I couldn't face how small I felt. So I took enormous, extreme, drastic action and opened fire blindly into a car full of people in their late teens, and hit one of them 3 times. And, you know, the bullets passed through his groin and heart and lung, and he died in about 45 seconds. So, probably need to make a report.
Situation.
Okay. And did you have your firearm on you?
No, it was in my car.
Okay. Did you try to get rid of the firearm? Did you try to hide it, anything like that?
No.
Okay. Matter of fact, and you walked away from your car and left it in your garage?
Correct.
Is your garage still open?
When I walked away, it was.
Okay. Now, do you even know that Miss Rower tried to follow you or was behind you?
She showed up at Ken's eventually.
Okay. And at some point, were you in your neighbor's house drinking a glass of water?
Yes, I was.
And was Mr. Lescalet on the phone?
Yes, he had a business card for one of the local sheriff deputies. We met him. I don't remember his last name, but that was the gentleman. And
This is his whole plan, isn't it? You know, when he says that he was sat up, coming to terms with the emotions and in shock about how extreme things had gotten over a common courtesy, that's all bullshit. He was coming up with, okay, how do I get out of this? How do I stack the odds in my favor? I can't go back to the scene. I know. I'm going to drive us back to home, Satellite Beach, and I'm going to contact my Department of Agriculture Federal Law Enforcement Officer badge number 001, because there's only one neighbor, and I'm going to get him to contact the local sheriff and put in a good word. Listen, my neighbor is innocent and he needs special treatment. I'm going to take his statement directly and bring that to you.
so he was calling to speak to that detective or deputy specifically because he had personal knowledge of it.
Okay. And it's somebody even Mr. Lescalet could trust?
Correct.
Okay. During that conversation, and obviously don't go into what Mr. Lescalet says, but as Mr. Lescalet is on the phone, is it obvious he's talking to law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, does the phone ring again for Miss Rower?
Yeah, Rhonda's phone rang, and now it's a 321 area code. That's the local for where we were at. And it was that Brevard County deputy sheriff on the phone for me.
And then did you get on the phone and talk?
I spoke with him.
Okay. And what did he say to you when you got on the phone? Did you try to disguise your voice or your name?
He said,
No.
come out with your hands
What
up.
did he say, or what? Did he give you instructions?
He did.
He said, we have the building surrounded. There's no way out. Take your shirt off and come out with nothing in your hands.
And I was a little confused because I thought Mr. Lescalet, was on the phone speaking with him, and he was here at our request. But he was actually there to execute a high-risk arrest.
Did he tell you that on the phone?
Well, he said, I need you to come outside with your shirt off and your hands up.
Okay. And when you said high-risk arrest, that's because the witness that testified was that same one?
Yeah, I just learned that today, or the other day, sorry.
Okay. So he didn't say that to you on the phone. You just saw his testimony.
You're right, yeah. He said, I want you to come outside with your shirt off and your hands up.
Okay. Did you ever say anything back to him or resist in any way saying, I'm not coming out?
No.
And then he very quickly told me to put my fucking shirt back on, because he didn't want to see my huge white, chalk white gut.
Okay. What did you do with your shirt?
Took it off.
What did you do with the phone?
Set it down.
Where did you do with your person?
I went outside.
Okay. When you walked outside Ken's front door, or did you walk out his back door?
I went out his front door, which is the side.
Okay. And that would be closest to the road?
Well, actually, it was there was a wall dividing our area with another condo, so it was closest to a wall on the north side of the compound.
Oh, let me ask you this. If you wanted to flee, could you have hopped that wall?
Yes.
Would they have even known you had hopped that wall?
Oh,
I don't think so.
thank you, Michelle. I'll check that now. Just let me know. You receive usually Zelle, so the PayPal is just. Okay. We are logging in. Boom! Thank you so much, Michelle. That is real kind. Yeah, we received that. That's very kind of you, Michelle.
Let me ask you then, tell the jury why you think that. When you walked outside of Ken Lescalet's house, what direction were the Brevard County Sheriff's Office facing?
They were facing my front door.
And were you actually behind them?
Yeah, Mr. Lescalet has extended cab pickup truck, so it's like 30 feet long. So I had to walk past the truck to get out to the parking lot, and that put me 20 feet behind the sheriff's.
And because they were focused on your unit.
Yes, with rifles.
All right. And at that point, did they know you were behind them?
They did not until I announced my presence.
Did you try to run?
No,
Did you try to flee or hop a wall at that point?
no.
Okay. At that point, how did you get their attention?
I think I called out to them.
Okay.
I don't recall what I said, but it was something like, I'm over here.
Okay. And did that take them off guard when they turned around?
Very much so. They seemed surprised.
Okay. And again, you're standing there with your shirt off,
In my hand.
as instructed by law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
And what instructions did they give you at that point, if you recall?
I think they wanted me to kneel with my ankles crossed.
And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Did you comply with all of their instructions?
Everything.
Did you ever resist, become aggressive, verbally challenge them, anything?
No, I had no reason to.
Yeah, and they'd have shot you.
At some point, did they put you in the back of a patrol vehicle?
Yes,
Did they take you to the Brevard County Sheriff's Office?
they did.
Okay. Did they tell you why?
I'm sure they did.
Do you even recall what
No.
they said?
No.
What was your state of mind at that point?
Well, after what happened the night before and the 2 hours sleep, I think it's safe to say I was not in my normal state. I don't know how to describe it. It was a surreal experience, to say the least.
Had you ever been in that mental or emotional state your entire adult life?
Never had any.
See, everybody loves PayPal. Acapella loves PayPal. Michelle, welcome to PayPal. Yeah, Zelle. There's no Zelle in Europe. I mean, to be honest, I think buymeacoffee.com is the best place, even though it just works so nicely. But, you know, the great thing about PayPal when you're in a pinch is that it's instant. So now we're on a day-to-day situation at the moment, and tomorrow we can get cookies for the dog. You hear that, Soap? Good job.
Anything traumatic like that happened.
And at some point were you put into an interview room?
I was.
Okay. And obviously they had cameras, you could see they had recording devices.
Yeah, the cameras were fairly obvious.
Okay. And how long did they make you sit there by yourself?
It was
If you
hard.
recall.
It was hard to judge time at this. I mean,
Yeah, they left him in his room. They left him in the room. We watched the interrogation yesterday, right? But before then, they left him in that room for quite a while. I think, you know, a couple of hours at least. I mean, the detectives that interviewed him had to drive there from fucking Jacksonville all the way to Satellite Beach. So it's your own fault. But yeah, he actually knocked on the door at one point while he's waiting in a room on his own and asked the officer, "Do you have a magazine or anything? Could I get an edition of Guns and Ammo?" Oh, nothing speaks to how stricken you are by grief and guilt and shame than being so bored as to ask a police officer for a magazine to read while you wait for your interrogation to begin. Oh, this guy, he just has no idea how, like, other people interpret his, you know, how his actions look to others, you know? I mean, it's crazy.
I can tell how long an hour is, but not that day.
Okay. And at some point, do detectives come in from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Okay, and obviously you saw one was Detective Musser.
Right, and Detective Oliver was the other.
Okay. And do they ask you to give a statement?
They did.
And did you talk to
Apple Pay, is that a thing now as well? Okay, well, I need to set that up too. Apple Pay. Good job. Apple Pay. Pay with apples. 6 apples a day.
them?
I did. I spoke to them freely. I had nothing to hide.
Were you cooperative with them?
Yes.
Were you trying to be evasive?
No, I was not.
Were you sarcastic?
No.
Were you rude?
No.
Were you disrespectful?
Not even a little.
And at that point, did you even know that they had already had a warrant for your arrest for murder?
No, I did not.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Guy, cross-examination.
Mr. Dunn, you love Rhonda Rauer.
Hey!
Right.
You love her a lot.
Thanks so much, Mr. Texas, for the other PayPal. That's awesome. Thank you, Acapella.
Yes, sir, I do.
Very kind.
You loved her back then, correct?
I love her today.
November 23rd, 2012, you were in love with her.
Yes, sir.
You cared about her.
Yes, sir.
Right. And when she got into that car, she asked you what happened, right?
Yes, sir.
And you told this jury, you explained it to her, right?
Yes, I did.
And she, as you said, was a wreck, right?
Yes, she was.
Because she knew that you had just fired into a car with human beings inside.
She doesn't understand self-defense, but you are right. She was very upset over what I had done.
Right, right. And so you guys were together for 3 miles and she was hysterical?
Crying, yes.
Right. You did not tell her during that 3 miles anyone pointed any weapon at you, did you?
I think I did. I think I was very clear that they threatened my life. I was very clear that they came out of their car advancing upon me, and whether she comprehended what I was saying, I couldn't say.
My question was, did you tell her they had a weapon of any kind?
Yes, I did.
You did. What did you tell her? To tell the jury the term that you used to describe the weapon.
I don't.
Hang on. Can I go back a second? I just realized that PayPal does have people's comments, but I've never realized that before, and I've never read any of them out. or even seen them. So I was just looking back. So thank you for all the comments that people send. But now we need to go back to the cross because I totally missed that. And Mr. Guy takes no prisoners. Or just one. One big Irish prisoner. One big Irish pie face eating. I think we should do a whole show on the psychology of defendants' choices of attire, clothes that they wear. He must have just thought, hey, I know, I'll wear an Irish green sweater. And that'll make me look pet friendly.
At some point, do detectives come in from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Examination.
Oh, and what was the last question?
And at that point, did you even know that they had already had a warrant for your arrest for murder?
No, I did not.
Yeah, this is Mr. Guy, Michelle. He's the prosecutor, and he's pretty damn good, A little bit too polished for me to throw my full weight behind, but he's certainly got a good projection. He's certainly got the confidence. Actually, that's funny because he sort of reminds me. Who's the actor in that movie? Confidence. Has anybody seen Confidence? It's a pretty good movie. The worst thing about it is Rachel fucking Weisz. What's her name? The one from The Mummy. She was not bad in that actually, but she's horrible in everything else. Confidence movie. Oh, Dustin Hoffman was in it as well. Yeah, that was great. Edward Burns. He reminds me of Edward Burns. And you'll see exactly what I mean when we finally see him.
Nothing further on.
Mr. Guy, cross-examination.
Paul Giamatti
Mr.
also.
Dunn, you love Ronda Rousey,
Yes, sir, I do.
right? You love her a lot, right?
Yes, sir, I do.
And you loved her back then, correct?
I love her today.
November 23rd, 2012, you were in love with her.
Yes, sir.
You cared about her.
Yes, sir.
Right, and when she got into that car, she asked you what happened, right?
Yes, sir.
And you told this jury you explained it to her, right?
Yes, I did.
And she, as you said, was a wreck, right?
Yes, she was.
Because she knew that you had just fired into a car with human beings inside.
She doesn't understand self-defense, but you are right. She was very upset over what I had done.
Right, right. And so you guys were together for 3 miles and she was hysterical?
Crying, yes.
Right. You did not tell her during that 3 miles anyone pointed any weapon at you, did you?
I think I did. I think I was very clear that they threatened my life. I was very clear that they came out of their car advancing upon me. And whether she comprehended what I was saying, I couldn't say.
My question was, did you tell her they had a weapon of any kind?
Yes, I did.
You did. What did you tell her? To tell the jury the term that you used to describe the weapon.
I don't know what I said, but I told her that they had a weapon, they threatened my life, and he advanced upon me.
Well, how'd you describe the weapon? Did you say they had a sword? Did you say they had a machete?
Gun.
A big feather? Peacock feather? That they shook at you really viciously? They were going to tickle us to death.
A gun. Use the word gun with Rhonda Rauer.
Yes, I did.
When? When?
Multiple times.
One at a time, Mr. God.
Sir, are you telling me?
Yeah, you can't bring that big buckle. And what's with the pot of gold, Mr. Dunn? You can't bring your pot of gold into a fucking courtroom. Do you think he had a bowl of Lucky Charms? Show us where the end of the rainbow is, Michael Dunn.
Jury, that on the way back to the hotel, you told Rhonda Rauer that the boys in the car had a gun.
If I told her on the way to the hotel, I told her several times at the hotel, I told her several times on the way home that this was self-defense.
That wasn't my question.
Well, the whole conversation revolved around gun, threat. They came out of the car at me, so it wasn't just they had a gun.
Was that like a game that they were playing in the car? She was like, "What happened?" And he was, one of those games that you play in traffic. Gun, threat, advanced. And then Rhonda has to guess what it means. Gun, threat, thug, advance.
Because when he just had a gun, I didn't shoot him. It wasn't until he made specific threats and got out of his car and came after me.
Okay, I'm gonna
So
repeat
all
that.
of that was part of the conversation.
All right. I'm going to take this a little tiny...
I wonder, because Michael Dunn gets his ass handed to him in Cross, as we will see, both trials. He actually went up and took the stand again. With the same prosecutor. He decided to do this twice. Incredible. That's almost as stupid as Katie McBanower getting a mistrial by the skin of her skinny leprechaun teeth. And then getting another full immunity, tell us everything and you walk clean. No, I'll take it to trial. No, that must be the stupidest of all legal decisions in history on record. It's unbelievable. But Michael Dunn gets his ass handed to him in cross-examination both times. And you got to wonder, what it would have looked, well, I'm thinking back through the witnesses. My original question was, would he have even had the slightest hope or chance? And the answer is no, because all the witnesses knew exactly what was going on, and there were a bunch. Can't wait to get onto some of those, but we'll stick with Cross.
increments now, so follow me. From the time you left the gate station to the time you got back to the Sheraton, how many times did you use the word gun to describe what the boys, let me finish, what the boys in the car had?
I couldn't tell you.
Let me finish. You see what I mean? Confident, good projection, good diction.
And got out of his car and came after me.
Okay, I'm gonna
So
repeat
all
that.
of that was part of the conversation.
All right. I'm going to take this in little tiny increments now, so follow me. From the time you left the gate station to the time you got back to the Sheraton, how many times did you use the word gun to describe what the boys, let me finish, what the boys in the car had?
I couldn't tell you.
Was it more than one?
At least one.
Okay. And when you got back to the hotel, she was still a wreck, right?
That's correct.
She was upset.
That's correct.
She didn't even go into the room, right? She
She-
was sitting out by the elevator.
She went into the room to change, and then we went out to the club room.
Right, and she, as she testified, was waiting for the police to come, right?
Well, we were waiting for the red SUV to come. Now that's what I was waiting
We were waiting for a red Dodge Durango, very tacky.
for. I couldn't tell you what she was waiting for, but that was the sentiment that I understood, that she was waiting for retaliation.
Okay, and we'll get back to that, the SUV. How many times during that time did you tell her they had a gun?
I don't think we discussed it because we were in a public area.
Okay, well, you did go back to your room, correct?
I'm talking about in the club room,
I understand. Now I'm talking about you go back to your room, right?
right?
She was still erect.
Yes, she was.
Okay, tell the members of the jury how many times you said to her they had a gun.
At least once.
And when she woke up, she heard that somebody had been killed, right?
Yes, she did.
Okay, tell the jury how many times you told her at that point, don't worry, honey, they had a gun.
I didn't say that.
The truth is, Mr. Dunn, you never told Rhonda Rauer ever that they had a gun.
That's incorrect.
Hang on.
Counsel testifying as the truth is this, was asking the question.
It's cross-examination, Mr. Strello, overruled.
Mr. Dunn, the truth is, you never told the love of your life
Yeah.
that those boys.
That always shows that you've put your money in the right place when the fucking defense counsel doesn't realize that you can lead on cross.
Had a gun.
You weren't there.
Did you? You did tell her that?
I said you were not there.
I get that. I know that. The truth is, you didn't tell her about a gun, did you?
I mentioned the
Hang on,
gun.
Mr. Stroll, if you want to object, please stand up and make the objection loudly so everybody will stop.
Judge, I don't think it's been.
That's the father. That's the father right there. The golden tie. And, you know, he was very upset. A lot of class he carried throughout this whole thing.
I forgot the question. Ask the question again and see if you're going to make the same
The
objection.
truth is, you never told Rhonda Rauer they had a gun.
That is incorrect.
Same objection.
And Jordan Davis, the boy that was killed, the mother and father, you know, he was kind of like a miracle baby, they said, because they had complications or something. It was very difficult for them to get pregnant. The doctors had said, yeah, you know, it's like 1 in a million. Probably never going to happen, so sorry about that. And then they got pregnant, and the baby was Jordan Davis. So that's just an extra fucking burner, isn't it?
Well, he's answered.
You killed my miracle baby? What the fuck? Because he was playing the radio? What the fuck?
You never told them they had any kind of weapon, did you?
That's incorrect.
And the truth is that Jordan Davis was inside the red SUV.
I'm trying to go back to see what Brian said. Women, you know, they don't understand matters of law. Is that it? Is that what's caused this controversy? Right, guys? Guys? Yeah. Yeah. But if you want to know about fancy soaps and powders, you know who to talk to. All the women.
When you shot and killed him.
That is incorrect.
Do you remember, the letter? I'm going to call it the letter that you dictated to your brother, Matt?
What was the title?
The day after Thanksgiving, Black Friday 2012. Looks like this.
Yes, I do.
You remember that?
I do.
Okay, tell the jury how that came to be.
I wrote that as like therapy for myself to get it out, as well as to inform my family and friends of what really happened to counter the
Oh shit! Hang on, I think a building just collapsed outside. Shit! Hang on.
lies and misinformation that the state attorney and the media were putting out about what happened.
So this is it. This is the historical document of what happened on the evening of November 23rd, 2012, correct?
Sure, with reason. I mean, I didn't write the nasty words for my grandmother to read.
Anything other than that you didn't write?
You'd have to be specific.
Okay, well, let me be more specific. Do you remember writing, quote, on page 2? Do you need a copy?
I don't have a copy of it with me.
Would you like one? Would you like one?
Sure.
I didn't write the nasty words for my grandmother to read. Oh, that was kind of you, Michael Dunn. You know, it was very kind. I didn't write the nasty words for my grandmother to read. You're dead, bitch. This shit's going down now. Yeah, I don't think a building did collapse, but there was a big pile of bricks that went down something, and it's way too early for the workers to be out. So yeah, I've been monitoring what they're doing, and it looks very unsafe. So, yeah, I'll go and check it in the morning.
Your
Page
Honor,
2.
and I'm only going to object to reading something that's not in evidence and improper impeachment, no predicate.
Sustained.
Sir, is that the letter?
It appears to be.
All right. Well, I want to be right. Is that it? And Judge, for the record, I'll mark it. I think we're on 8S.
Taman Nagel, hello. It's insane how many white men I have met just like this. Really? Yeah. Do they have big green sweaters and little shirt collars that poke up, little prep school ties and center partings? What is that?
Essence as in Sam.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think it's like a style from the 30s, right? It's like the Great Depression. No one could afford stylists, so they all did this.
Identification purposes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, this is the letter.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate copy of it?
It appears to be.
All right. Judge, I've moved this into evidence
Maybe.
as states, I think we're on 201.
Your Honor, we would object. It's not sworn, it's improper, it's hearsay. We understand it's a letter written by Mr. Dunn, but at this point, there's been no proper predicate laid in terms of marking in the evidence in the defense's case in chief.
Judge, you testified this is an accurate account of what happened. I'm going to tend to use it to impeach him.
Your objection is overruled to be received as states 201.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Again, the top of page 2. I'm going to ask you to look for this language. Quote, when I turned back to my left, the guy who was advancing on me had apparently seen me go for my own weapon and dove
Your Honor, I'm
back
only gonna
inside.
object. It's improper impeachment. He hasn't been asked if that's what he said. He hasn't been asked.
Sustained.
Judge, let me clarify. You just told this jury that when you fired Jordan Davis, you now know who he is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was outside the car. Is that what you said?
His door was open. I don't know where his body was, but I wrote here he apparently did because of what I learned later.
Hold on, not 5 minutes ago. Didn't you just tell this jury he was outside the car?
He sure was. I mean, his door was open.
Okay, but you wrote in your,
You know, if his feet were outside and his body was inside, that's a little splitting hairs.
Mr. Dunn, did you write, he had apparently seen me go for my own weapon and dove back inside the SUV?
Absolutely, that's what I wrote. That's not what I knew at the time, but this is what I surmised.
You referenced those were your words though, right? That's in that document.
Correct.
Okay. And you referenced this interview with the sheriff's office. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. They read you your constitutional rights, right?
Yep.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you agreed to speak with them?
Yes, I had nothing to hide.
Right. And it's on videotape, correct?
Yes, it would have been nice if you had shown that.
We're not done. It's on videotape and audio tape, correct?
Yes.
And isn't it true, sir, that you said, and if you need a transcript, I'm happy to give it to you if it'll refresh your memory. He's coming out. I think he saw what I was doing and was running back in. You remember saying that?
Sure, and what you have to understand is I saw him exit the car. I saw his head above the door frame, and then after that I didn't see him anymore. He didn't just go poof and disappear. So he went somewhere, but
Right.
the door was open.
He didn't just go poof and disappear. That'd be good, wouldn't it? If he could have done, you know, if he could have done a sort of wizard spell and just disappeared, poof, out of the way of all the death that you sent, that would have been better for everybody, including you. So he went somewhere. I surmised that he went into the vehicle because he didn't go poof and disappear.
And then the door was closed.
So you're telling this jury that after you shot Jordan Davis through his aorta, that he reached over and pulled the door back shut? Is that what you're telling me?
I don't know how that happened. Maybe it happened because the car was backing up.
Well,
But if you look at the bullet hole in the door, it's plainly open.
do you have that now?
Do the ME's picture that showed all the dowels, and you'll see it.
That's coming. You see it states 32?
Sure.
You see that? You see that piece of plastic in the seat?
Shit, my mind instantly went to look for Cheerios. I think I've been watching too many Adelson contents. You know, I was like, okay, where are the Cheerios? Wendy told us there were Cheerios in the back seat. I don't see any at all. There were probably more Cheerios in the red Dodge Durango, very tacky, than there were in Wendy's, what was it? A Honda Odyssey. Is that a thing?
Let's see. 4 pieces of plastic in the seat.
Right. You think the door was open?
I
when
think you
those
should look
blew
at the
into
bullet
car?
impact
It is a thing.
versus debris inside.
Do you think that piece of plastic, let me finish, do you think that piece of plastic just kind of made a right turn and flew into the car?
That's not accurate.
The picture's not accurate?
Your characterization of a right turn blown into the car is inaccurate.
How about that picture?
Right, and if you open the door a little
Teddy
bit, that
Roosevelt,
angle
yeah,
would
that's
match
another
the
one.
same angle as the dowels in the front door.
So Jordan Davis was standing outside his car going like this?
No, I think, like I said, he was diving in
He was diving in before you fired.
as I was firing.
I thought you just told us he was outside the car when
His
you fired.
feet were. He was coming after me,
You see
sir.
what I mean? How many, you know, Mr. Guy has just taken everything he said in direct and made it an ugly bag of snakes, hasn't he? All twisted and. Urgh. I thought you said that he wasn't diving in. And the thing with the dowels is really cool. We got some good pictures of the dowels showing the trajectory of the bullets going. You know, we know that the body, as it was being shot, was in the vehicle, and the door was closed because the bullets that went through the door, that went into his body, that was in the vehicle, you know, they look like that. They go straight. So if the door had been open, the bullets would not have gone into his body, up his groin, through his abdominal cavity, into his heart and lung. They would have, you know, if the door was open, they would have gone behind the vehicle. And death would not have been sent to Jordan Davis. But it was, because he was in the vehicle. Didn't get out. It would be fucking ridiculous, wouldn't it? It wouldn't even be worth getting out of the car yourself. Just slap him away. A 17-year-old kid gets out of in some sort of parking lot road rage. 17-year-old kid jumps out the car. You wouldn't even bother getting out of the car yourself, would you? I mean, it's so it didn't happen. He was yelling at him, calling him a motherfucker, cracker and whatever, and jaw-jacking from an open window with no gun and no threat of sending death to Michael Dunn. You know. So the fact that Michael Dunn did choose to send death to Jordan, completely unjustified.
Davis was standing outside his car going like this.
No, I think, like I said, he was diving in
He was diving in before you fired.
as I was firing.
I thought you just told us he was outside the car when
His
you fired.
feet were. He was coming after me.
Okay. Danielle says, I blame defense attorneys and bad trial consultants for this look. The Menendez brothers, scholars in sweaters look. Scholars in sweaters, yeah. Brian Albert looked absurd testifying in the Reed trial in full sweater vest regalia. Yeah. And what's another good one? I mean, obviously, Jody Librarian. that was funny. I actually think she would have gotten further if she'd have come in, you know, how she looked normally. What's another good one? Ezra McCandless. What the hell happened there? Let's just go and pull up a brief picture while we've got a someone to consult with here. Ezra McCandless. Like, what the hell was she thinking? Where's a good? She had these horrible floral oh my god. I've just seen a picture of her face when that Dungeons and Dragons guy came in to testify. She looked even more moist than that witness that we looked at the other day that was speaking to Investigator Cherry. This just isn't a good representation of this picture. We'll show it anyway. show it anyway. Why would anybody and it gets a lot worse. When her hair's down, it's even worse. But the, what do you call this shade of pink? What shade of pink is that jacket? Michelle, anybody? And the floral and that, I mean, she decided to wear these clothes on the stand in her own murder trial. Little overselling. It's almost as we're forgetting a really good one. I'm forgetting a really good one. In Lollipop Lady, Donna Adelson. Jesus Christ. Mothball sweater. Great. Yeah, like an average Tallahassee-based grandmother. That every member of the jury has a woman in their family that looks just like you. And if we're lucky, if we're really lucky, some members of the jury will have just recently put their grandmother that looks exactly like you, Donna, into a retirement community, and now they feel guilty. And they don't want to send you to jail forever because they're compensating for the guilt they feel about sending their own grandmother away to live in confinement. Yeah, I hated the Ezra McCandless look for court. And out of court, to be honest. Although, and then her sentencing, where she changed into a boy. Oh, here's a good one. Here's a good one. Ezra. We should really go back to the Ezra McCandless case. When was the last time we set up shop in Wisconsin? Look at this psycho. I want to kill you. God, yeah. Can you imagine being her defense counsel, and you've read a little bit about the case and what you're going to have to defend, and then someone shows you this. This is our defendant. Do you think the state will make a deal? We can't take this to trial. We can't take this to trial and still have any hope.
Sir, what he did after he saw me go for my weapon, he didn't try to say anything. I didn't see him.
Let me get this straight then. This man has a shotgun, right?
Yep, as far as I know, he's hiding behind the door.
Right, with a shotgun.
Yes.
Right. I mean, you described
I
it
saw a 4 inches of thick barrel.
right, and you know what a shotgun looks like.
Absolutely.
Okay, and this is the man who's been carrying on now for how long, saying, I'm gonna kill you, you're dead, something, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what you're telling this jury is that when you actually turn your attention away from him and go to grab a firearm, that he suddenly changed his mind and said, oh, you know what, you're right, I won't do that. Is that what you're telling the jury?
I don't know what he's thought or said, but apparently.
I guess he changed his mind.
Apparently.
Jordan Davis was never a threat to you.
Yeah, the guy got life plus 90 years, Kiwi. But it was interesting. I mentioned this yesterday, but I'll just say it again briefly because it is something I think is cool. Is that he was charged with 1 count of first-degree murder, intentional homicide, and 3 counts of attempted murder, right, for the boys that he didn't kill. That's if ever there was a silver lining. He was charged all those in one trial, this trial, the first trial, and he was found guilty of the 3 counts of attempted murder, but it was a mistrial hung jury on the murder charge. So he was already 47 at this point, and he received 3 consecutive sentences of 30 years, so 90 in total, so he's never getting out of prison. And there was a decision that the prosecution team had to make, which was, are we going to pursue a new trial for, are we going to have a retrial for the murder charge that we had a hung jury on? And, the pros and cons were, well, it's going to cost money and time and blah, but they decided to go for it because although he had already received a sentence that would surely keep him in jail until the day he dies, it was a matter of principle, and they thought that it would be, better closure, if that's the right word, for the family to know that he was convicted of the murder of their son. And I just thought that was, a good thing to do when they really didn't have to. It didn't really change anything, but they went to that effort and expense, for the reason I just said, which was good. Some people say that that's not true and that it was a political decision because of the I've forgotten the name again. Who was it? Brian. What's that guy's name? Trevon or something. I don't remember the name. But there was another Black Death that people said that was justice wasn't brought. I don't know anything about that case, but it was like that the state didn't work on it enough because he was black. There was those kinds of allegations around. So some people said that when it came to this case, they went overboard to compensate for those assertions that were being made by some people.
Was he, Mr.
Yeah, life.
Absolutely, he was. Between his actions and his threats.
Jordan Davis never got out of that car, did he?
Mr. Guy,
Yes, he did.
let him finish his answer before you ask another question.
Yes, he did. And not only did he get out, his head cleared the window frame.
Did his head look like the guy that we saw in the identification picture?
Well, all that happened so fast, I really couldn't tell you what he looked like.
Your interview with the police, that was about 2:45 the next day, right?
I don't know
It was in
what
the
time it
afternoon,
was.
right? You remember?
Yeah, I don't know what time it was.
Is that fair? Is that about right?
It seems about right.
Okay, and so we are many, many hours from the time of the shooting, right?
Yes.
And you're the stoic one, right?
Yes, I was still in
You're
shock.
remaining calm for Rhonda, right?
Yes.
But the truth is, sir, you lied to the police, didn't
How
you?
so?
Well, they asked you specifically, was the music playing when you pulled up? And you said no. Do you remember that?
I do, and I don't remember the heavy bass being an issue when we first pulled up.
Okay, but that's not what they asked you. They asked you, was the music playing when
Right,
you pulled
and
up?
it wasn't. I mean, if they had music on, it wasn't heavy bass where I would notice it.
Okay, but it was loud enough to be thug music, right?
That's how what Rhonda characterized. I don't recall saying that.
You don't recall saying, I hate that thug music?
No, if I would have said anything, I would have called it rap crap. Thug music isn't a term I would use.
So Ms. Rower got that wrong?
I wasn't gonna say anything about it, but I don't recall saying that, and that's not a term I would use.
Okay, but I mean, she wasn't upset when y'all were at the gate station, right? When you pulled
No,
in.
but realize there's a lot of trauma afterwards, and she could have imagined something.
She could have imagined it. You could have imagined a gun, correct?
Anything's possible, sir. It's just not likely. Like I said, between his threats and actions, they were reinforcing what my eyes were telling me.
And the detectives actually went on about the music, didn't they? And you said no. It wasn't until Rhonda got out of the car and she had been gone for a little bit.
Again, I'm going to object to improper impeachment. Again, there's no predicate to read from it evidence because there's been no dispute.
Judge, it's a prior inconsistent statement.
Lack of foundation predicate.
Let me see counsel at the sidebar real quick.
No. No.
Took a little longer than scheduled because
Is this the next part? Shit, I just pressed something. I don't know what part we were on. Were we on part 3? I think so.
because the jurors' lunches had already been delivered and they needed to eat. So they have now gotten that accomplished, so we're finished with the lunch break and we'll have the rest of the afternoon. Mr. Stroller, you ready to proceed?
I am, yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Guy already said so, I just hadn't asked you yet.
Sorry, Judge.
All right, bring the jurors on in.
Jurors in there in the courtroom.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You all can have a seat. Thank you for your patience this morning and for your indulgence on the lunch situation. I'm sorry about the little snafu on one of the jurors' lunches. There sure are a lot of moving parts to this thing. So
I hope that wasn't a kosher meal snafu, was it? We know that you ordered a kosher meal, but all we had was bullet bourbon bacon towers. Did anyone miss the bacon towers that we showed the other day? Michelle, I don't know if you were here, but our good friend and colleague, one of our kindest friends and colleagues, went to the trouble to make us the bullet bourbon bacon towers. The favorite snack food enjoyed by Ben and Lincoln from their Skype calls. There it is. There it is. There it is. Check it out. And this is what they would eat while Skyping with their kosher insistent father. I mean, it's huge. Look at it. In all its glory. Breakfast at Wendy's, tower of bacon, and bullet bourbon. And I think you have to dip the bacon in the bourbon. Man, if that doesn't cool it down and heat it up at the same time, am I right? Beautiful. Thank you again to Toyo Open Country.
I'll try and get to the bottom of that and make sure we don't have that occasion again. So we're ready to resume. Mr. Guy, go right ahead.
Medic Mengis.
You, I think where we left off, it was somewhere in the middle of the night, and you were still very upset about what happened, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you didn't call the police to alleviate your concerns about the people who might be driving around, right?
We didn't contact law enforcement until the next morning.
Can I have that screen up? I believe you said that the window on the driver's side in the back was open.
I thought it was. I saw light come through.
Does that refresh your recollection, States 21?
Well, I see the windows up now. At the time, I'm thinking that it was down, but
Okay,
it was just based on light coming through.
but you're not saying it was down, right?
I wasn't on that side of the car, so I couldn't say for sure.
All right, but you did say that earlier today. You said.
I realized what I said, but it was based on ambient light coming through.
And you said that you don't use the phrase thug music, do you?
It doesn't seem to be a familiar term. If I was going to refer to it, I'd call it rap crap.
At 1 o'clock, you were flipping on your phone there, and you saw that someone had been killed?
Yes, I was actively seeking news.
Right. And when you got the news that someone you had shot was dead, you didn't call the police?
No, I went to the bathroom and threw up.
Objection has been answered.
Overruled.
You did not call the police?
And I went to the
Now it's
bathroom
asked and
threw up.
answered, Mr. Guy.
And you've been emotional today, right?
Yeah, for certain topics.
Did you cry when the news came on that a young boy had been killed?
I don't recall. I know I was very upset.
You took a shower?
That was at 7 in the morning.
And then you left town.
We went back home to Sanctuary to contact law enforcement. Safe harbor, I should say.
Okay, Duval was to Safe Harbor?
A sanctuary. What, the health spa? What is the technical, literal definition of sanctuary? Refuge of safety from pursuit. Well, yeah, okay, that does sound appropriate. Okay, fair enough.
Again, if you asked me how I would react to a situation like this, I never would have guessed.
Metrix, do you remember what I'm saying about Ezra's ex buying that blouse? I'm trying to catch up with the comments, Michelle. Sorry. What? Ezra's ex buying that blouse and maybe the jacket for her while they were together. I know that the shirt that she was wearing during his testimony was his, I think. I think that's what it is. Or something I'm trying to find the picture. Where's the picture of her creaming? Absolutely creaming. Yeah, here we go. Save image. It's repugnant to watch her face in the context. Yeah, look at this. So what she's got on under the pink, where is it? What? Yeah. Well, doesn't show up for some reason. Let me try again. Oh, yeah, check it out. That's what you can all stare at while I look for this image. PayPal support. Go down, here. Boom. Boom. That green sweater, Michelle, was his, I think. I think that's what it is. Yeah. She wore that to look at me. We are two beats of the same heart. Imagine if Jason had come in wearing a horrific floral blouse. That would have been awkward.
That's not
how we
asking.
did or what we did. So when you're questioning me whether I contacted Duval, it makes sense that I should have. We didn't. I couldn't tell you why.
Are the police different in Satellite Beach than they are in Duval County?
Well, I had a neighbor in federal law enforcement that was personally known to me. So in that respect, yes.
Okay, but he's not a police officer, right?
It's federal law enforcement.
Okay. He doesn't work in Jacksonville, does he?
No,
So he wouldn't have been handling your shooting, right?
correct. I really wasn't worried about the loss.
Oh, here we go. Trayvon Martin's killer was acquitted even though he was just as crazy, if not more crazy, than this lunatic here. Okay. Well, we should probably go to that case, of which I know nothing, after this.
Self-defense, you can't change it into murder. So whether I waited 10 hours or 10 days, it didn't matter. I had other concerns at the time, and that was surrounding my fiance.
It didn't matter to,
It didn't matter in the present mind that I was in.
it mattered to you? Or who did it matter to?
It didn't matter to me in the state of mind I was in.
You had killed a 17-year-old boy and that didn't matter to you?
In self-defense, and whether I called the police that night or the next morning, didn't seem,
Yeah. He's dead, so
it wasn't.
I think I'll call the police in a month. Because, I mean, it's not going to change anything. He's dead. Oh my God. I gotta quickly show this. How insufferable is this? Jason and Ezra. Boom. 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 Look at this. How much do you not want to be around these people? Can we read the instructions for Dungeons and Dragons as read to us by where is that? I know I've got that somewhere. Let me see here. I'll find it like very, very quickly. Man, how many fucking notes do I have on here? This is too much. I should really go through this and delete everything. Well, the lyrics to Danny Be Good. Danny Be Good lyrics. Oh, that's good, yeah. Should absolutely record that. Oh, here we go. So, I still don't know what Dungeons and Dragons is. Maybe we should find that out. But as told by, I think it's some kind of fantasy role-playing, I don't know. Jason Mengel says, you roll dice. It's kind of like a game of chance. But like you get to, I'm saying like a lot. It's improv with your friends. So it's, you create a character. You go to a place. And someone runs the whole session. And the rest of the players, create like whatever. A bard or a cleric or something. And like, the whole idea is to get you involved. Josh ran the campaigns, He would create these environments for you, your personality, your character to go through. There's nothing digital about it. It's just a board. Not really even a board. It's just they'll do like a map. so you can draw out where we're doing things and what's going on. And sometimes tokens. It's mostly just a chance to play make-believe with your friends again. So it's kind of fun. We do it on Monday nights. It's just always stayed with me as the most explanatory description ever of anything. How could anybody interpret that and understand? I mean, and look at him. Look at him. Oh, how gross. Gross.
It wasn't going to change it from self-defense to anything else.
You were concerned about Charlie? Getting
I was
Charlie back?
concerned about Rhonda.
Didn't you tell the sheriff's office that you wanted to get Rhonda and the dog back before the shitstorm came down?
Sure.
You couldn't have called one of your family members to take your dog?
I'm sure we could have done a lot of things, but again,
All
we
those-
we didn't, and it kind of describes the state of mind we were in.
Okay, well,
Shock.
I'm not asking about we. I'm asking about you.
Well, it was both of us.
Okay, but I'm asking about your decision, not anybody else's.
Okay.
So, any of those people in that family picture we saw there this week, you couldn't call those people to take care of the
I
dog?
could have called any number of them, but I did not.
All right. And Rhonda Rauer's an adult, right?
Yes, she is.
She could take care of herself, right?
Sure.
You said earlier that you never, or that you did tell Rhonda Rauer that there was a gun, that they had a gun. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, do you remember writing Rhonda Rauer a letter?
I wrote
About the
Rhonda
events?
several letters.
Okay, do you remember one on Wednesday, December 5th of 2012?
I do not.
Would it refresh your memory to see it?
Sure.
Judge, if I could hand the witness what's been marked for identification as 8U.
Yes, sir.
Judge, if they have a copy,
Sorry?
I don't know what they're handing, if they have a copy.
Oh, for you? Okay.
I don't have an additional copy.
That's the one you showed.
Yeah.
Is that it? Yep, okay.
Sir, would you read that first paragraph to yourself and see if that refreshes your recollection about whether or not you told Rhonda Rauer there was a gun?
The word snafu always reminds me of big-eyed beans from Venus. Who knows what I'm talking about?
I wrote here that I cannot recall if I ever conveyed the details of my decision making to you.
Is that your letter?
Yes.
Okay, it hadn't been altered, has it?
I wouldn't know. I don't have a original.
Okay, you wrote it, right?
It appears to be.
Okay. Fair and accurate copy?
Sure.
Judge, can I move this in as states, I think we're 202?
I think it is 202. Mr. Stroller?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, I'll be received as states 202.
Thank you. Hand that back to you. Now I got 202 in front of you. Ask you to turn your attention to the front page. Did you not write, in passing, he mentioned in passing that I had made no mention of a gun to you.
Right, so what's your point? Is that what it says?
Is that not what it says?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you didn't tell Rhonda Rauer about a gun.
That's not what this says. This says somebody else told me that she said she didn't remember me mentioning the gun. That's a lot different from me not mentioning a gun to her.
Okay, so you're going to stick with the fact that you didn't, that you told her about a gun.
Pardon?
You're gonna stick with your account that you told her about a gun multiple times?
Yes.
Okay. And to be sure, you were not injured that night, right?
Correct.
Your car was not damaged?
Not to my knowledge.
You pulled the trigger 10 times, right?
Yes, sir.
Each time you pull the trigger, I mean, it's a 6 1/4 pound of trigger pull, right?
That's what I heard testified,
Does that
yes.
sound right?
I don't know what it would be.
Well, you've had that gun at that point for 22 years?
Sure, but I had never had the trigger pull measured.
All right, but it's not a hair trigger, right?
Correct.
To expel one bullet, you've got to pull the trigger one time.
That should give you an idea how much of a panic I was in, that I was able to pull it 10 times without knowing how many times I pulled it.
Are you saying you did it by reflex then?
No, I did it in sheer panic and fear for my life.
While you were aiming directly into the door of a car that was moving?
I was aiming it into a door that was stationary, and the car moved in front of me, and I didn't even realize it was moving.
Well, how about when the car drove away and you took that stance and hit it 3 times?
Right, again, that wasn't just fear for my life, that was fear for my life and
But
Rhonda's
that
at
was a
that point.
panic then? I mean, when you were aiming, that was just a lucky shot that you hit it 3 times?
I pointed, I didn't aim, I didn't use the sight, it was, yes, it was panic.
Well, you'd have to admit then that you're pretty lucky then, right? I mean, because gosh, you're not even aiming at a moving car and you hit it 3 times.
I wouldn't call it luck.
What would you call
It wasn't that far away. I don't know what to tell you, but you know, like how a pistol has sights on it, I wasn't using sights.
it? Each time you pull the trigger, it's a conscious decision to fire, right?
In the situation I was in, I consciously pulled the trigger once. Everything after that was just the panic.
So you weren't conscious when you were pulling the trigger the other times?
Well, I wasn't like at a target range where you would pull the trigger once every second and you're paying attention to where you're aiming and all that. That wasn't the case here. This was a panic moment where, you know, as I testified, I had a young man threatening to kill me multiple times, getting out of the car saying it was going down now, and getting out with a weapon. So I was in sheer terror.
So when you got out of the car
I was still in sheer terror.
and repositioned yourself and took aim at the car again, that wasn't a conscious decision to fire?
Yes, it was. And when I pointed at the car, yes.
Each of those last 3 times?
Right, and as I recall, it was like to shoot once, but obviously I did shoot 3 times. So you can imagine the but what, you know, however,
Mr. Dunn, you've said several times throughout the course of the day that you didn't call the police until the next morning. Are you talking about the morning of the 24th?
yes, sir.
Who was it that you called? Can you tell me the name of the officer?
I don't remember his name, but he was here yesterday. And I didn't call him personally. He was called on my behalf.
Okay, and is it your testimony that you called Ken Lescalais?
Yes.
Wasn't that the law enforcement officer you were talking about?
Well, at 8:30 in the morning, I called him, and then I went and spoke with him and asked him to contact law enforcement on my behalf.
Your phone number at the time was 772-201-1362.
Correct. And it's the 202 phone number that I called at 8:30.
Right. 202-365-8150.
Yeah, it's a Washington, D.C. number.
Okay, would it refresh your recollection to explain who called who, whether or not you called him,
Your
or
Honor,
if I called you?
Judge, if I can object, improper predicate, can we approach?
Sure.
law enforcement.
He-
All right, the objection's overruled. Mr. Guy?
Mr. Lescalet is with the Department of Agriculture.
Yes,
That's what you meant by federal law enforcement.
he is. He's got a shield and everything. He's 001.
Can I refresh your recollection with your phone records as to whether who called who?
You may.
Judge, if I can approach the witness.
Yes, sir.
I want you to look at the call. First of all, does those appear to your phone records?
Yes, that's my phone number.
Okay. You see the call highlighted at 8:30?
Mm-hmm.
Do you see the last column on the right where it says calling party?
Right?
Okay, that's Mr. Lescalet's number, right?
Right? That's where he called me, I guess.
Right, so you didn't call him.
Well, what's the 904 number?
I just asked you about the number on the right, the calling party. Does that refresh your memory as to who called who?
Oh, calling party, gotcha. Yes, sir.
So it was Mr. Lescalet who called you at 8:30 on the morning of the 24th.
Apparently so.
And you did not talk about the fact that you didn't mention to him that you had a problem in Jacksonville that you needed to talk to him about.
I spoke to him at
Acapella says, whenever Metrix says something that sounds totally unfamiliar to me, it inevitably turns out to be related to Captain Beefheart. Well, nice treasure hunting, Acapella. Yeah. You are correct.
8:30 in the morning. My apologies. I thought I called him, but I spoke to him to inquire whether or not he was going to be at home because I had an important matter to speak with him. And I did not get into detail about what it was about or where it happened.
Isn't it true that he called you to see if you and Rhonda Rower could go out that night?
I think it was something in the afternoon.
And you told him that the answer was no, Rhonda Rower wasn't feeling well.
I don't recall that aspect of the conversation.
You never said anything to Mr. Lescalet about wanting to talk to him about something.
Yes, I did. I asked if he was going to be home, and I had something important to talk to him about.
Judge, that's all I have. Thank you.
Judge, can I just have one moment, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Very briefly, Mr. Dunn, are you a custodian of records for that call log?
No, I'm not.
Did it appear there were other phone numbers that Mr. Guy was showing you that isn't your number?
Yes.
Okay. Is it possible the calling party is the party that you actually called?
Your Honor, object to that as common speculation.
Sustain.
Again, do you know how to read that call log?
No.
Okay. Do you work for the phone company?
No.
Do you even have a 904 number?
No.
Is there a 904 number on that where Mr. Guy refreshed your recollection?
Yes, there was.
Do you even know where that number came from?
No.
Can you look at the top of the page and tell me what it says over that 904?
I don't have it anymore.
Mr. Guy. Judge, if I can approach Mr. Dunn?
Yes, sir.
Can you look at that 904 and tell me what it says?
Speaking of Ezra McCandless, I'm going to take a road trip to Racy Delane's and see what all the fuss is about. Looks like it is still a business. It is still a business, and they have $14 muffins. Can you, if we all chip in, Shasta Scala, can you get one of those muffins and send us a review? Also, Ezra's favorite drink from there was a mocha, which I believe is just a coffee with chocolate in it. It's like a coffee and a hot chocolate mixed. Yeah, let us know how that is. Where are you? Not Mount Shasta, I guess, if you're taking a road trip to North West Wisconsin. And, you know, we never know where Christina is. I mean, sometimes she's in Michigan, sometimes she's in Wisconsin, sometimes she's Illinois, and then sometimes she's in Mississippi. What the fuck? How am I supposed to keep track? Maybe we should go to the maps. Let's go to the maps for a moment and check those maps. How do we do that? Oh, a little update on rental cars for y'all. How do I send this? But I was watching something about the 9th of November, 2001, and one of the like before the morning of the attacks, two of the hijackers had driven from Boston, where they got the plane that went into the towers. They had driven up to Maine for some unknown reason. And they rented a car. And what was it? What was it? It was a 2001 Nissan Altima. Blue. You know. And I don't know. Had the Prius... I don't think the Prius had... Was it that early? Could there have been a Prius in 2001? I just thought it was funny that, you know, I was watching something and it came up about a rental car that these hijackers had rented before the attacks on the 9th of November. And it was one of the cars, albeit, you know, earlier, but it was earlier in time, so that's only fair. What were we just about to show? Oh, the maps. Go to the maps. Exports, posts, and maps. Yeah, please do let us know if you are in Wyoming, Yellowstone, or North Dakota. You know, you can admit it. You can admit it. Anyone in Fargo? You know, I had an idea the other day about writing to Joel and Ethan Cohen, and because where I live in Portugal, you know, pretty much, you know, the biggest city here, where the airport is, that's not Lisbon, is Faro. F-A-R-O. And I thought, why not write to Joel and Ethan Cohen and say, hey, let's get William H. Macy and Frances McDormand down here and recreate the movie Fargo, but in Faro. Or maybe just recreate the whole thing in Portuguese. Wouldn't that be great? You see, that's a modern day adaptation that I would be prepared to sit through. Faro. But it doesn't snow. North Dakota or New Hampshire, you can tell us. Stop all that leaf peeping and come and watch the show. Rhode Island. What are you all doing up there? What do they do in Rhode Island? Let's see what AI tells us. What do people do in Rhode Island? People enjoy coastal activities like exploring Newport's Gilded Age mansions, the Breakers Marble House, and the cliff walk, visiting beaches in South County, and sailing Narragansett Bay. Narragansett Bay. Okay. Alongside city experiences in Providence like the Water Fire Art Installation, RISD Museum, and diverse food scene. History buffs explore colonial sites, art lovers visit galleries, and foodies enjoy local seafood and culinary tours, while outdoor enthusiasts hike parks like Norman Bird Sanctuary. Okay. Doesn't sound that bad.
As at the top of that page,
Dial digit?
did you dial a 904 number?
Not at 8:30 in the morning.
Right. Did you have a 904 cell phone?
No, not at the time.
Yeah.
Do you have any knowledge of why?
And where are you, Acapella? Houston, right? I mean, Houston is bigger than Rhode Island, is it not? Should be.
Record was created with the words on it and says calling anything. Do you have any knowledge of how this was created or why?
No,
Do you know who created it?
no.
Judge, again, if I could just have a brief moment, I apologize.
Sure.
Yes, I'm aware it's September 11th, Christina. Thank you. I have a penchant for malapropisms.
Mr. Guy, I think your mic is still on.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Now, Mr. Dunn, when Mr. Guy talks about that common area, and he kept saying common area in your hotel, do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Could you explain to the jury where that common area is in the hotel?
It's on the top floor, right as you exit the elevators. It's like the entrance to the hallway has a couch and a seating area
Where was your room located?
right down the hall.
And is that on a secure floor where you can't get to without having a pass key to get in?
Yes, it was.
Do you recall Mr. Guy saying that Rhonda's a grown woman and can take care of herself?
I remember.
Was she in a condition that night to take care of herself?
Not at all.
Was she in a condition the next day to take care of herself?
Not at all.
Was she in a condition worse off than we saw her testify the other day?
Very much so.
Now, Mr. Guy also said, again, that you were trying to be stoic for Rhonda. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
Okay.
The fairly expensive B&B meetup. Yeah, we've absolutely got to do that. I think that's going to be the first thing I do. You know, how far is what's the closest international airport to what's it called? St. Augustine. Closest international airport to St. Augustine. I guess it would be, what would it be? Can't be fucking Miami, for fuck's sake. Northeast Florida Regional. Well, regional isn't sounding very international to me. So I gotta get a connecting flight. Fuck it. Miami International will drive up.
Were you as calm as you are today?
No.
Were you calm as are you sitting at the table next to me?
No.
Were you as calm as when you were sitting at your son's wedding table?
No.
Were you as calm? Let me rephrase that. What was your mental state that day? The next morning?
I was, it was like an out-of-body experience, trying to, process what happened. We were upset when it was just a shooting, and now that we found out there was a fatality, we were just crazy with grief.
Let me ask you this. When you testified earlier too, when you found out, you went in the bathroom and threw up, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you have any type of stomach issues and diarrhea, anything like that?
Ford Ranger pickup all the way from Atlanta to St. Augustine. I'm absolutely down for that. Sign me up.
Yes, I did.
Was that through the evening all the way through 5 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, it was.
Is that part of the reasons why when you did get up, you needed to shower?
Yes, it was.
Mr. Guy also talked about this 3-page letter that you wrote.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Could you please tell the jury why you wrote that letter?
I wanted to reassure Rhonda. I mean, if she was questioning things, I wanted to set her mind at ease.
Okay. And you also remember writing the letter that was dictated where your brother typed it out, and Mr. Guy questioned you on that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What was the purpose of sending that letter out?
But I just have one question. I need to know where I can get one of these. I need to get one early, before I leave Atlanta. Yeah, it's a must to, yeah. I need the shirt and got to do the hat and the belt, and I'm betting that he's also wearing some kind of obnoxious boots. I want to fit in. So or maybe it should be the Confederate flag as a shirt. Did they have those? Confederate flag shirt. Oh, that doesn't look nearly as cool. We'll go USA. We'll go USA. Yeah. 100%. And if it's actually made out of a recycled flag, or maybe that'll get me into some trouble. I don't want to get into trouble, so yeah, a replica's fine, but immediately.
Your family.
That was so they would know the truth and get beyond all the media nonsense that they were putting out.
And do you know if that letter was then spread out to your family and friends so they knew what happened?
Yes, it was. In fact, it was published on justicefordone.com.
Now, Mr. Guy kept talking about this hour and a half, 2 hours with law enforcement that day with the Jacksonville homicide detectives. You ever been questioned by police for murder?
I'm gonna hide this
Never.
guy.
You ever been accused of murder?
Never.
Sustained.
Let me ask you this. Are you trained in any type of interrogation or debate?
No.
Yeah, that's normal. It's 100% normal.
Do you recall Detective Musser, as Mr. Guy read from your statement about the video? Do you recall Mr. Guy asking you statements about the video?
Yes.
Do you remember him going back and forth about what detective said to you and what you said?
Yes, I do.
Did Detective Musser tell you that people in Jacksonville will get killed for asking to lower the radio?
Actually, he said people in Jacksonville will kill you if you ask them to turn the radio down.
And Detective Oliver tell you, hey, if we found a shotgun, that would
Yeah.
be different?
Yeah. I hear that all the time on the news, I hear, oh, another murder. Someone else asked someone to turn down the radio and they were shot dead. It's very common. Jacksonville. In fact, they're changing the name of Jacksonville to don't ask people to turn down the radio.
Yes, he did.
Did he tell you if we found a BB gun, that would be different?
Yes, he did.
Did he tell you if we found any gun, that would be different?
Yes, he did.
Did he even tell you if we found a water gun that was painted black, that would be different?
Yes, he did.
Were you under the assumption that they actually searched the plaza for a gun?
I was.
Were you under the assumption that they actually searched the bushes for a gun?
I was.
Were you actually under the assumption that they checked dumpsters that night for a gun?
I was.
Did they ever convey to you in your interrogation that nothing was ever checked in the area when they told you, we never found a gun?
They did not.
And that's when they start asking you about, is it possible it was something else?
Correct.
Sustain.
Do you recall them making a comment about possibilities of other weapons?
Yes, they said it was impossible.
And when did they make that comment about, is it possible it was something else?
When I told them I saw a weapon.
Now, Mr. Guy also talked about it was 4 teenage boys and the weight and size of Jordan Davis. Did you find out the other day he's almost 6 feet tall?
I did.
Ooh,
Was he
yeah.
fully dressed?
He was.
Did he speak to you like a child?
He did not.
Did he act like a child?
He did not.
Did he threaten your life like a child?
No, he did not. He threatened my life like a man.
And how many men were in that car when your life was threatened?
4?
How many were with you?
Nobody, just me.
Do you have any training in boxing?
I do not.
Do you have any training in MMA fighting or self-defense?
No, I do not.
Are you a bodybuilder?
No.
Do you even weightlift?
No.
So even with your size,
So you're a weak, fat pussy, basically. How's that pride working out for you, Mike? You know, that's what it's all about, right? Your pride. How does it feel to sit in front of a whole room full of 200 fucking people and say, I'm a fat, weak pussy that was scared of a little boy because he threatened my life like a man, and he was almost 6 foot tall.
it would have been 4 on 1.
That's correct.
He builds his body
Now,
with
Mr. Guy also
donuts.
talked about, did you fire a warning shot? Do you recall that?
I do.
When you fired the gun, did you believe a warning shot was going to make him go away?
I did not.
And Mr. Guy said he didn't pull the trigger and you didn't get shot. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
Were you going to wait to see if he was going to pull the trigger?
No, I was convinced he was going to. I wasn't going to wait for him to do it.
And with your experience, a shotgun has a much broader net of pellets than a single bullet.
Yes, shotgun is devastating.
And did you hear their forensic expert, Ms. Pagan, testify that the minimum amount of pellets is 9 in a shotgun shell?
That's correct.
So 1 shotgun shell to 1 bullet would be 9 against 1.
I agree with that.
Now, Mr. Dunn, you have a concealed weapons permit.
Yes, I do.
How long have you had a concealed permit, approximately?
5 years?
Judge, I'm gonna object to this beyond the scope.
Well, that one's asked and answered. Go ahead, Mr. Stroh.
Even with your concealed weapons permit, you could have had that gun next to your leg.
There's the same objection. Beyond the scope.
Sustain.
How many steps away was that secured firearm?
I believe it was 3 steps.
And is that based on what you were trained in?
That and, just being safe.
And do you have the permit to allow you to keep it 1 step away?
I do.
Are are you aware if firing a warning shot is illegal in Florida?
I am.
Objection as to relevance, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Your Honor, if I may just briefly?
Sure.
We don't have to.
So firing a warning shot is illegal in Florida. Okay. I mean, it's so complex, isn't it? I'm trying to think if that's better or not. I mean, shooting a person dead is illegal in Florida also. But, you know, stand your ground. You can if... the wording of that is so bad. You know, the word... personally, from an outside perspective, the wording of that is so fucking bad. You know, because it sounds like something brave. You know, I stood my ground. I didn't back down. When actually you should back down if you can. That's better than taking someone's life, even if they're threatening yours. You know, there's a duty to retreat, isn't there? Isn't that somewhere in the writing of it? Calling it stand your ground is a terrible idea. It should be called you know what I mean? And it sounds like a command. It sounds like encouragement. It sounds like your military general is saying, stand your ground. You know? It should be, if you really run out of options and absolutely must, shoot to save. Shoot to save. That, you know, that focus on the emergency, not on the ego. You know, I stood my ground. That's when I reached in my glove box, unholstered my pistol. Quicker than a flash, I had a round chambered. I mean, fucking word linguistics. I wish we had Mrs. D here tonight because she could tell us all about. Maybe I should ask her actually what she thinks, because does anyone disagree with me here? It's like it's so. Please, if you do disagree, if you have an opinion of like, well, hey, Metrix, it's none of your fucking business because you're not a citizen. Fair enough, but I do speak English, you know, or my own version of it. You know, and I do find linguistics relevant, especially in terms of how laws are absorbed, digested, and acknowledged and observed by a population. You know, it has to be with a law like that, or there's so many catchphrases, right? Nancy Reagan, just say no. War on drugs. There's so many, but it has to be accessible to everybody. And the wording of "stand your ground." Does anyone think, hey, Metrix, it's a really good wording, and we like it? If that's your opinion, please, I welcome to hear why you think that. I would love to know.
Speaking of objection, I would just ask that it was opened the door by cross. Yes, Your Honor.
Let's come around the side.
Yes, Your Honor.
No, I think where I got to with that, before I got sidetracked, acapella, was that a warning shot. Well, actually, maybe not. You see, this is interesting because if it's illegal to shoot someone, just for argument's sake, in the head to kill them because you're about to lose your life. No, sorry. If it's illegal to shoot someone in the head, just there, but it is legal if your life is under threat, you can do it if it's justifiable. But you couldn't apply that same exception to a warning shot, would it? Because if it's a warning shot, it should be legal. Because if you do a warning shot and that scares the threat away that is going to kill you, I guess you'd get it. I guess you wouldn't face charges if you could, if the same thing could apply where you were like, well, I was going to lose my life. Or would it be, well, obviously you weren't going to lose your life, so you shouldn't have fired that. You weren't justified in either shooting to kill or a warning shot. It's complicated and it's grey area and open to interpretation. I think something needs to be done about that. You know, make it clear. Please. This is important for everybody. You know, at least make it clear. Is this a question to me? I like this question. Do I believe I were emotionally stable enough to possess a gun? I would not fucking want a gun. You could not give me a gun of any description. I would not fucking have one anywhere near me. You know, I think the idea of it is a fucking stupid idea. You know? Yeah. Was that a question? And it's not, even if I were completely 100% emotionally stable, I would not want a gun in any situation. Well, I won't say in any situation. I mean, in any regular situation. And even if I lived in Texas, or where's the most gun violence, gun, whatever. You could put me in any fucking city in America, and I still wouldn't want a fucking gun. No. I wouldn't mind going to the range and, once to just feel what it, feels like to shoot a bullet, a real bullet. But yeah, there's not one single part of me that wants a gun or believes that I should have one. The sit your chair law, I like that.
I think you can go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Dunn, do you remember the questions Mr. Guy asked you about why?
Oh, I like it when I have Michelle's approval. Actually, that just makes me feel safe. You know, approve away, Michelle. Michelle says, I am still here. I took some time to totally refamiliarize myself with the Ezra McCandless case. It's one crazy case, and I approve if you want it to cover it again. Not that you need my permission. Well, thank you for the approval and the permission, and yeah, well. Yeah, I think we can get away with doing a recap, right? Just a recap. Because there has been some new letters and stuff that I've seen, but not really looked at, so we can go over some old things and some new things. I did really like the prosecutor in the case, and at least one of the defense attorneys. But they were both pretty okay, actually.
You didn't call 911. Why did you do it? Why did you do that? You recall those questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You started saying, looking back on it, it's irrational, correct?
I did.
Were you in a rational state of mind that
No.
Were you in a rational state of mind when you found out Mr. Davis was dead?
No, I was not.
Were you in a rational state of mind talking to law enforcement the next day?
No, not really.
Were you in a rational state of mind when the police charged you with murder?
No, I was not.
Hello, sir.
All right, Mr. Dunn, you can resume your seat.
sir? What happened, sir? Oh,
He can resume his seat. He can resume his seat. Do you have any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Not the value, sir.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Dunn. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the defense has now rested their case, so I need to take a moment or two and talk to the lawyers outside of your presence. So if you give me 15 minutes, I hope we can, and we'll see where we're going, all right? So if you'll just step in the jury room for about 15 minutes. Please don't talk about the case among yourselves or let anybody talk about the case in your presence.
Eat your cookies. Or are they going to talk to that about that? Eat your cookies. Judge Russell Haley. We haven't seen much of him yet, but he is pretty good. He's very grounded.
All right, the jurors outside the courtroom, for the record, I let Mr. Dunn get off the stand and walk back to his seat because you, Mr. Strolla, asked him to get up and walk up and down in front of the jurors. Close that door, please. Because you asked him to get up and down and walk in front of the jurors, so there was no need in my mind to treat him differently than we had treated somebody else. I know that there was a concern previously about the leg brace that's on him, but I saw no need to continue that.
Yes, sir.
All right, so, motions.
Interesting. The fucking defense counsel doesn't know what the fuck he's doing, does he? I mean, probably not out of, just out of lack of care, you know? He doesn't care. He's like, you know, this idiot's gonna pay me in the hope that I'm gonna get him off, and, you know, maybe I will, but I'm not banking on it. I'm not gonna put in any legwork. It's just like Rashbaum. I see this more and more now with defense counsels, just especially for defendants that have got a bit of money, right? I don't know how much. I don't think Michael Dunn had that much, but you know, his parents were pretty wealthy. I think if they're in the aviation community, they scuba school in the Keys. I mean, you know, sounds like they got a bit of money. Yeah, I see more and more defense attorneys that just go, hey, listen, no, I tell you what you need. You need a guy like me. You need a guy that costs, but it pays off. Because I really like the idea of the business idea more and more. It's just like, yeah, what a perfect model. People go, oh, how could he have represented that evil man? Hey, he's taking all the money off that evil man, and there's no fucking recourse, because if he doesn't achieve the thing for that evil man, he gets the money and the evil man goes to jail forever. So he's doing us a favor by being shit. But then, you know, there's always one, like Jose Baez, isn't it? You know, where it's like, okay, you actually will get Casey Anthony off. And now no one wants to get her off. No one wants to touch her. Because she's horrible. And man, she did not age well, did she? At all. What is wrong with her face? It's all just, I think it's like sometimes the body has a physical reaction to being hated. You know who we've never covered, not even touched, and there's a boatload of material to work through, is goddamn Amanda Knox, Foxy Knoxy, right? What are people, hey, maybe we should do a poll. What can we do a poll? Worst exoneree to cover, because Amanda Knox, yeah, she did 4 years in Italy, which, you know, I think the prison food in Italy is better than the average American diet. I mean, you know, fresh tomatoes, nice bread. You know, I genuinely believe that. I always think, you know, man, French prison or Italian prison, maybe it wouldn't be that bad. What can we need a third or a fourth. Best exoneree to cover. We got Casey. What's her fucking name? Amanda. Who else got off? Who else got off? Recently. You know, it was since 2008. What happened, Soap? Soap is funny. We need a third or a fourth, and then we'll do a poll. I'm trying to think. I can't think of any more. Come on. Who's got a third or a fourth option? Christina, Michelle, acapella. Someone who got off. The best exoneree to cover on the show next. Well, maybe not next, but soon. All right, we'll let this play and work it out. Yeah, I really wouldn't want to do much on the Casey Anthony case, but there's a few bits at the beginning when it was all kicking off, where she's like on the phone with her relatives, where she's being a total bitch, and that's gotta be when she's saying, "I ate coleslaw today. I ate coleslaw. Can you imagine me? And I hate coleslaw, but I ate it. I'm gonna write each of you a letter, personal to you. I'm gonna sit down and write a letter." At this point, they're still thinking, we need to find her. We need to find this nanny, Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez. We need to find her. Where is she? I am going to sit down and write each of you a personal letter. It's just Rittenhouse. Michelle, you've done it again. Fuck yeah. Rittenhouse was a really interesting case for me because the reason it was interesting is because the sort of traditional shades of defense counsel and prosecution switched. It might be a bit of a broad statement, but I generally associate the prosecution with a, obviously more law and order. What's the word? What's the opposite of mitigating? Aggregating. More aggregating. No, not aggregating. What is the word? Fucking hell. Mitigating circumstances and aggregating. Arrogating. What I'm totally blank. What is the fucking word? I hate it when that happens. Aggregating. Aggravating, thank you. God damn it, Christina. I associate the prosecution, broad statement I know, with the aggravating, and the defense with the mitigating. More understanding for the defense, and more, but it was different. It was the opposite way, It was the prosecution saying no to guns and those laws of stand your ground and so on. And then the defense counsel being this very fire and brimstone kind of right-leaning position that they took. So, and there's some great bits where the judge loses his shit. And some interesting witnesses, horrific situation, and that Kyle Rittenhouse. Have I really formed an opinion? Yeah, I don't think he should have been running around pretending to be a fucking, classic mob mentality. Yeah, that fucking crazy guy launched at him and wanted trouble, but that's to be expected if you go into a riot. You don't have any training, son. What are you doing? What did you think was going to happen? Oh, I have my medical kit, so I had to run around and pretend that I was what the fuck? Stay at home, eat your cookies. Eat your cookies. That should be the fucking slogan of the whole trial. Eat your cookies. Colin Griffith. God, that's a good one as well. But I think we covered that whole thing, didn't we? I don't know if I want to do that again at all, really. It's the leaning attorney. Which way did he lean? Just back. Some people lean to the left, some people lean to the right. This guy, all the way back. Oh. Yeah. Rittenhouse. We should definitely. I think Rittenhouse and Knox. That takes the prize. Another Wisconsin. Was it Wisconsin? Yeah, I think so. But he was from Illinois or something.
Evidence and testimony, the state is not beyond a reasonable doubt itself, that's not an issue of the hypothesis that is reasonable that Mr. Dunn presented his innocence, and just based on the previous motions and case laws that we knew, I incorporate that to this, even though the burden now shifts to no trier of fact to rule against that based on the reasonable hypothesis of innocence and the lack of evidence the state has presented. The evidence that they have presented. Your Honor must dismiss this case.
Aggravating.
Ms. Corey.
Yes, Your Honor, in the light most favorable of the state, our case has got significant evidence of all of the conflict that directly pertains to justify the use of deadly force now comes from this defendant. Most of the testimony centers around his testimony, and which is the case presented by the defense, has been refuted by the state, has been contradicted by state.
Yeah, no, it's a real thing, Michelle. Fresh basil on everything, you know. Ossobuco, orchetta, it's just, you know, all of the dishes.
State witnesses who appear during their oath to be bound to a witness like any other witness in the case, which allows the jury to apply the rules of deliberation and the credibility, weighing the credibility of the witnesses to his testimony as well, which makes it a jury question as to whether or not they believe anything he said. They can believe anything he said, they can choose to disbelieve all of what he said. And the state will be able to argue to this jury that he made so many inconsistent statements and omitted so many statements that he now deems to be so critically important that his testimony simply is not worthy of belief. And his choosing to testify after he had fully publicly and about that choice makes him subject to those rules for the jury to be able to weigh his testimony. So it's not for the court alone to decide whether his testimony gives him self-defense. That would have been for a prior hearing in front of this court. Thank you, sir.
You're very welcome. I will find that from the evidence presented, even with the evidence that's presented by the defense, that there is obviously a prima facie case for first-degree murder, 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder, and shooting into an occupied dwelling, that the issues are such that they can and should be considered by a jury because they can weigh the credibility of the defense as far as it relates to justifiable use of force or excusable use of force. So for those reasons, the motion for judgment of acquittal is denied. Ms. Corey, Mr. Guy, what's your pleasure from here?
Judge, we have one witness who you call, which take maybe 10 or 15 minutes, and then we'll have a video. So we'll have to get that queued up, right? And there's one issue on the transcript, which we will have to possibly address with the court. See how we do it.
All right, well, let's address the transcript issue now so that we can, and at the same time, you can be getting somebody ready to go on this video that you're talking about.
Yes, sir.
The witness that you're talking about calling, is it a police officer or civilian witness?
Civilian.
Okay.
Martin Bryant.
Is this,
Martin Bryant is an Australian mass murderer who shot and killed 35 people and injured 23 others in the Port Arthur massacre on the 28th and 29th of April 1996. He is currently serving 35 life sentences and 1,035 years without the possibility of parole at Risdon Prison in Hobart, Tasmania. God. That's a bunch, isn't it? 35 life sentences and 1,035 years. In addition, consecutive.
listed as something in particular?
You mean at the bottom of the transcript?
Well, I'm wondering, is it under depositions, the transcript?
No, sir, it should just be transcript.
Is this worth watching? Is this, I mean, probably not. Oh, let's just have another look at his big Irish head.
And Judge, we would.
And I'd say that we end it right there.
Yes, sir, yes, sir, I was just gonna
So
say.
they're agreeable to ending it there, and nothing, that's where this thing's gonna end. So there are some other areas that are in black. I don't know if they were objectionable to you or Mr. Strolla or not. Some of them may have been, some of them may not have been, but they're all gonna be coming out. So the thing will end there. What the question is when you start talking about a doctrine of completion, is to have the complete document, or whatever the case may be, we'll just call it a document, in evidence. Obviously, this would not be the complete transcript. So the state wants you to acknowledge that you're not objecting that this is not the complete transcript, because in essence, you want some of it out.
Okay. Yeah. We don't.
And-
We don't. That's a bit much. Should we go and have a listen to The Neighbor? I don't know, what time are we? Oh, 4 hours and 19 minutes. That's pretty late for our good friend and colleague, Michelle. Also, and everybody, even those Pacific heads, it's getting late. Maybe we should end it here. Oh, hang on. Well, let's go to the comments. Acapella, yep, I wonder if Grandma is still alive. Funny, not funny. But the fact that she would trust him living with her after this, after he murdered her daughter, is nuts. Yeah, I wonder how that's all working out, right? And why don't we get to know? Should we have a little look, see if we can find anything? Where is Colin Griffith now? 17-year-old Colin Griffith moved in with his mother after allegedly killing his father, but life in Florida with his mom was far from perfect. About a year later, his mother, Catherine Griffith, ended up stabbed to death. And a year after that, the grandmother's next. What about those Reddit heads? Reddit. What do they say? Psychologist discussions. Today, licensed psychologist Dr. Patrice Berry reviews Colin Griffith's murder trial in the death of his mother, case background, blah 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 blah. Yeah, I don't think we can find out where he is now. Unfortunately. We are still revisiting the Adelson case. Yeah, I guess so. Metrix, what do you think about doing the Christian Hillman case? Somebody said that to me today in a comment, or yesterday. Let me see. That's what was it? I did look it up. Christian Hillman. Michigan Department of Corrections. Kalamazoo. I'm sold already. Any chance I get to use the word Kalamazoo, I'm in. It's got to be in the top 5 of America's funniest names. Kalamazoo. Sounds like a joke. So what is it? Teens' deadly road rage leads to fatal consequences. So this was 11 months ago. Police interrogated 18-year-old Christian Hillman after he was accused of brutally beating 64-year-old William McFarlane following a road rage incident. The altercation took place in a church parking lot where Hillman knocked McFarlane to the ground. McFarlane never recovered from his injuries and later died in the hospital. Stranger Stories breaks down the shocking case and its aftermath. Yeah, sounds good. Is there any footage of the incident? Sounds good to me. I'm going to write it in the big blue pen. Christian Hillman. Gotcha. Uh-oh. Christina says no. Grandmother definitely puts herself in danger by taking Colin in. Yep. I have to go to bed, darn. Okay, good night, Michelle. Thank you so much for your PayPal. And see you tomorrow. Have a good day. Make people look beautiful. And be kind to the chair. I don't normally work on Tuesdays. Oh yeah, I have to go back. Catch you. Until the next one. See you later, Michelle. Who could ever take the chance of hiring that kid? I know. We're talking about Colin Griffith, right? I mean, that guy should just be tethered in the middle of a forest, a glade. Just make a little glade in a forest and fence it in and just put him there. Give him away from all people. Step up, Granny. Oh, God. That's the sort of thing he would say as well, isn't it? Step up, Granny. Yeah, that's the person who mentioned... Yeah, that person who mentioned Christian Hillman gave me the idea. Wild kid during the interrogation. Okay, good. Yeah. Maybe we'll jump around a little bit and do that tomorrow. I'm totally fine with revisiting Adelson still, but Christina said she found revisiting these cases disheartening. She never did answer to why, but I'm going to... I think Christina was specifically talking about cases that people get off, right? Knox, Griffith, Anthony, and Rittenhouse. They definitely footage of the interrogation. Yeah, I got that. I don't like to see murderers get off scot-free. Ah, there you go. See? I know how to read the room. Interrogation. What did he say? Ah, yes. Thanks, Metrix. I'm finally Adelsoned out. Yeah, thank fuck. Me too. No, if I can find a little wedge of budget, there are some actual, rather than just watching courtroom footage and going over the fucking interview again, which is just getting a bit old for me. I'd like to just, there are some concept videos. There's some good fucking Adelson concepts, not just the cars now, but other things as well, that we've been meaning to do for about fucking 2 years. But we need to find the time, the budget. Anyway, support the channel on buymeacoffee.com or the PayPal, and we will see you anon in the morrow, the grand morrow. Okay, thank you for coming, thank you for chatting, thank you for super chatting, super sticker giving, super coffee go-getting, super PayPal, and super moderating. Fucking A, bro. Okay. And I don't know what we'll be doing tomorrow. Maybe a little bit more Dunn. Gotta do the fucking, the neighbor interview is incredible. We're all going to enjoy that. I am certain of it. Also, opening statements, closing arguments are fantastic. And there are some really good, interesting witnesses that aren't Michael Dunn to cover. And his letters, his deranged fucking letters, and there's a bunch of jailhouse calls as well that we've got and want to show to y'all. So yeah, what day is it? Tomorrow? Tuesday. Well, I think we'll stick with Michael Dunn for now, but I like the sound of this Christian Hillman case. It's written down here in big blue letters. Thank you to Acapella, and thank you to whoever else it was that suggested that earlier today. That was a good suggestion, and we like it. Okay, good night, folks. Have a safe drive home. Be kind to each other. Don't be an Adelson. And, you know, have a great fucking Tuesday. Adios.